Sorry about the adjustments, everybody. Working on getting this set up properly. I don't have this set up here. Sorry, you might have seen my foot for a moment. All right, we are live. I know at a couple of my first live streams, it cut out the very beginning of what I was talking about. So, excuse me. Hopefully that doesn't happen here today. Yeah, so we're going to be working on the backdrop artwork for my Minas Tirith Lego set. Forgive me, I am a little bit nervous here because usually I don't do any type of artwork in front of people. Luckily nobody's watching yet, so I don't have to make a fool out of myself, but I'm not entirely sure how much I'll be talking throughout this. Like I said, I usually don't talk to anybody or do artwork in front of anybody, so it's going to be a different experience for me. I'm just going to go ahead and get the live up on my computer here, my laptop rather. Make sure that I'm muted and that I can see the chat if anybody joins. This time, no fan running in the background, so that'll be a little bit better, but I still don't have a mic set up, so it's going to be not the best audio again. Apologies for any type of debris that's gone onto the paper here. I have a little bit sketched out, not a whole lot. Mainly it's just the outline for Minas Tirith, which I needed to make sure I did proper measurements for where everything's going to fall, but I wanted to stay anonymous, so I didn't want to poke my head into the frame, and in doing all the measurements, it's kind of impossible not to do that. So, especially orienting the paper in different directions as I'm using a ruler to measure everything out. So, all right, I think I have everything up properly here. Also, welcome in Gambit. Good to see you. By the way, I did see your message. I haven't gotten a chance to respond to it. I will definitely give that some thought. I really appreciate what you said there. I don't know if you wanted to talk about it live, exactly what you were sending me a message about, but what I'll probably do is find a different way for you to message me separately, and then we can go about figuring it out that way. Otherwise, I'm not entirely sure what will work best, so we'll have to talk after the stream here. Is it hard to hear me? Okay. I am a little bit far away, and I'll double check here. I think the mic is on and everything. Once I'm closer up to the camera, so I'll be sitting pretty much right here for the entire stream. Is it still just as hard to hear me? Do I need to speak up a little bit, or is it pretty rough? Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, cool. Awesome. So, yeah, again, I don't have a good mic. I'm going to have to invest in one very soon here. So far, I haven't had the ability to, but yeah, I plan on this stream being, I don't know, we're going to go as long as possible, but it'll be at least a 6-hour stream, I'm thinking. I was thinking before possibly doing an 8-hour stream, but it totally depends. My dogs might need to be attended to at some point, so I might have to split this into a 2-part drawing, but we shall see how it goes. And you said, could you write it down, and then I'll delete the message. Are you saying in the chat here, or are you talking about in the message that you sent me? I can do that after the stream, but because I'm using my phone to actually film the live, I can't exactly back out and work on a message at the moment, but I can definitely do it after the stream today. Just making sure I have all the proper art supplies set up for myself. Apologies if you can hear any of my ankles creaking or cracking in the background, but it might be really hard to see as well where the outline of Minas Tirith is traced, but my pencil here, I'll kind of show where it goes. So it's pointing up to the top here, and then it comes back around this direction, and there's a whole bunch of different shaped tiers, so it's not exactly symmetrical on each side. But what I'm probably going to do, I also have some more water with me, or a drink rather. It is a carbonated beverage. But 1 second here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I can definitely. Or you're saying, could I write it down and then you'll delete the message? I see. Um, I know you said you just posted the email. I don't have a way to look at it at the moment. That's why I was saying definitely talk with me after the stream. Right now, I apologize. It would not be the best time to try and work on that. Again, I highly appreciate what you're doing. I do want to get into the stream. I don't want to try and do a back and forth at the very beginning. No offense. I just don't want to spend like, 5-10 minutes trying to back out of the live and look at the email and write it down and then have you delete it. And it'll take at least 5 minutes. And I do want to get right into the stream because right now it's just blank. So I haven't even started drawing yet. Again, no offense. I want to get the ball rolling here so that this doesn't have to be an 8-hour stream if possible. I've got a lot of work to do and I have to work all day tomorrow. So I don't want to come across in the wrong way since you're speaking about, well, I'm not going to go into detail or elaborate on that in case you didn't want to, have that on stream. So anyway, let's see here. I did the outline for Minas Tirith so that I knew where the set was actually going to lie, and there's a couple of parts that stick out to where the backdrop won't be able to be flush all the way against the set itself. So if you look at it really closely from different angles, you can see where this outline is. What I'm going to try and do to break that up is the outline of the actual mountain here, which I'm actually going to start on. I do want to kind of have a broken up look here, something that's not so perfect, and still follow that line that I drew earlier, but have a more rugged actual rock formation look. So it's kind of almost like it's running around the outline of where the interior should be for Minas Tirith. It's kind of hard to describe what I want to do for this backdrop, but you guys will see along the way. I don't know if anybody else has joined at the moment. I also had to set this up in a really awkward position because I don't really have too many options for how large this backdrop is, which, speaking of which, it's a 22 by 30. I was originally going to go for a 24 by 32, but I just couldn't find a piece of paper, or good quality paper at least, in that size for whatever reason, but I checked. All right, so, and just kind of following this around in a more organic rock-like pattern. I'm not trying to do the lines too dark, but at the top here I'm also going to really push that inward. Again, sorry if there's any awkward long pauses. When I do any type of artwork, I go into, full concentration mode, so definitely a live stream where I might get pretty quiet at points, but I'll try to realize what's happening and come up with something to talk about or a way to reference exactly what I'm doing at the moment. That's really the best way I can talk about the backdrop is explaining either the method that I'm using uh, to draw something or different techniques. So, and I apologize as well if anybody's leaving a message in the comments and I haven't looked at it and you feel like I'm just ignoring you. It'll just be the same reason. Unfortunately, I might be really focused in on what I'm doing. So once I get this outline traced out, then I'll definitely take a look back at what you're saying there, Gambit. And again, I do highly appreciate you for what you offered. Yeah, I feel like I'm out of breath. It's not even really that hot today, but it's starting to get a little bit toasty in my room here. All right, there we go. It's probably a little hard to see that still, but I think now that I'm looking at the live stream, you can see the outline a little bit better than before. Okay. I see. I appreciate you redacting those for now. I'll definitely get to you afterwards. I do apologize that I'm not able to do that at the moment, but I will for sure get to it. Also, welcome into the couple of other viewers that are here. I do appreciate you joining. Oh, man, the ankle cracks are real. Thanks for understanding, Gambit. I appreciate that. Man, the voice cracks as I'm drinking. Not as I'm drinking some water, I should elaborate. But the next thing that I want to do is I hadn't planned what I'm going to do behind Minas Tirith because for how large of a set that is, I have it on top of my dresser, but the depth of the set pretty much fills out the full depth of the dresser. So spinning it around, I have to take off the front wall, and then I have to, again, spin it around to the back, and that's how I measured everything out to be able to use a ruler and trace where I needed to. And when I say trace, that doesn't really make much sense, but I'm measuring the dashes that I'm making on each side. So when I'm making a measurement, I measured the width from one side to the other for the entire set. Well, not the base plate, but where the walls start, and divided that in half. And then when I put the center line on this piece of paper, I measured, it was 22 inches across, and it'll be 11 inches on each side of the center line. But then each section started to be completely different. So I had to essentially do two different coordinates, like an X and a Z, or maybe an X and a Y. That would probably make more sense. But yeah, so I had to measure how wide one section was and then how tall it went up. And then I could make a dash and trace one dash from the other, which I'm not really tracing anything, I'm just drawing a line, which obviously I don't really have to elaborate that. If anybody has used a ruler, they know what I'm talking about, I guess. But you said, how big is your sheet of paper? It is a 22 by 30. So I was originally going for 24 by 32, but I just couldn't find that large of a piece of paper. But this is multimedia, like a watercolor paper, so it should absorb the alcohol markers really well. And oh, I guess that's what I was going into. The center area that's going to be covered up by Minas Tirith, I won't be spinning the set around very often. So I'm not entirely sure what to do for that. Mainly the backdrop is going to be for everything around, like the mountain section. So I guess where I'm going to start next is, and I don't want to get too much into frame here, but let me see if I can get this picture that I have. I had my files open. There we go. Doesn't close out the stream at all, but there's definitely a skyline on the top left corner here. And I'm going to just kind of lightly draw it in. That's where the mountain will kind of end off. It's definitely very large right behind the citadel. I keep forgetting the word for it, but yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting figuring out how to do the rocky formations. But the good thing here is that a lot of these shapes are organic, so I don't have to use a ruler for anything else. I don't have to follow everything perfectly. I can just kind of shape it in the ways that I want to, and it shouldn't be a problem at all. So I'm going to start doing some of the details really lightly for the actual mountain itself. There's a section that kind of flattens out here. It's like a different shape and points upward. The reason I'm tilting my pencil down and just using the edge of it, usually I would have my hand down on the paper like this, but I don't I don't want to put my shoulder too much up in the frame either, so I don't need any of these lines to be perfect again. And I'll explain a little bit more. I think one of my previous streams I did kind of go into why I named my channel The Brick Perfectionist, but the main reason I did that is because I'm more of a perfectionist with my artwork, and because I wanted to do the backdrop artworks for my Lego sets and tying everything together, kind of giving it an environment. Excuse me. It's really more geared towards that, but a lot of different things I try a little bit too hard with. So before the stream, I was trying to figure out, like, oh man, what's the best setup that I can use for actually drawing a backdrop this large. I figured out smaller sized ones that I can actually put my phone stand, and like the phone is mounted above me on my desk, and I can film right on the same spot for most of my backdrops. But and it's the same spot that I work on my Bionicle masks too. I just zoom way in for each of the videos, which unfortunately makes some of them very grainy, but yeah, I find if I talk too much, then I just don't draw. I feel like there's a bit of a disconnect where I have to make sure that I'm focusing enough on what I'm actually putting down to the paper. But yeah, right now I'm just doing some of the rocky formations, nothing that has to be the exact shape of Minas Tirith here, but some of these kind of come downward and behind, and a little bit of a different shape around here. Yeah, when I'm focusing, you'll notice that I kind of talk slowly. Man, I'm losing my train of thought. I'll have to see how the stream goes in general. We'll see if I end up doing very many backdrop artwork live streams, because maybe it'll just be because this one's so large and the setup is kind of awkward. But if it's mainly just kind of too hard to speak in general, then we'll see if that affects anything. But I am going to end up getting a mic soon for myself. That way you guys don't have a hard time hearing what I'm saying, and I might mumble a bit while I'm explaining something, so I'll really try not to do that. Okay. Now I'm just going to, let's see here, take a closer look at what the bottom section looks like here. There's a bit more heading in this direction, like another jut out, or maybe a little cliff side I'm not entirely, I'm not entirely sure how large the cliff itself would be, but I might just poke out a little bit and have a ledge look to it. And if I'm not mistaken, there might be a few little towers or buildings up in this corner behind Minas Tirith, but I'm not going to worry too much about that. If you really want to get a good angle on the front rock formation, you have to be looking at it from a side. So if you're looking at it from the right side at an angle, like a 30 or 45-degree angle, um, you're not really going to see any of this part of the drawing anyway. The cool thing is having an environment back behind a set like that. When you rotate where you're positioned, the same will happen with the background. You'll lose parts of the background behind the set where it's sticking out from. So the rock formation here will end up covering some of this when you turn to the side, or same thing on the opposite side if it was from the other perspective. Okay. Definitely some more vertical formations here that are kind of almost like smaller in man, I don't know how to describe that. This is going to be an issue as far as trying to articulate what's going on in my head as I'm drawing something. I'm very bad with technical terms a lot of the time, so I've always been really good at spelling different things, but I've been terrible with any sort of reading because I have to always reread in order to comprehend what was going on. So I haven't gotten through many books, but at some point I have started to read, and I think I might have mentioned this in another stream too, but I read the first two Harry Potter books in the past, I don't know, year and a half, 2 years, and I'm halfway through the third book, but with my YouTube channel and taking forever on the videos, it's about the same time period where I posted my last Harry Potter video, and put that down because it was just, not a waste of my time, but in trying to complete more videos for my channel, I didn't want to put more effort into different things, and usually I would save that for the evening if I wasn't working on anything for editing or drawing a Bionicle mask or a backdrop artwork like this. Let's see. Huh. I'm also seeing that my chat is disconnected from where I'm looking at my laptop here. So if I'm missing any comments, I'm sorry, guys. It says, please wait while we try to reconnect you. I'll look back at that at a moment here, or in a moment here, and I'll see if that changes. Otherwise, I'll try to refresh the page too. But that's kind of odd. All right, so there's kind of a big crease right in here, and then I want to continue some of these formations. You'll start to see the different shapes of the mountain forming and really get a good idea. I'm not entirely sure my picture here is, oh, I think I know what's going on. I'm going to minimize my picture. My live is actually just completely stopped for the moment, but that's no problem. Let me double check. Yep, we're still going here on the actual stream, so no technical issues there. Still reloading on my laptop, but that might be the problem. It might just be because I opened up the photo on a minimized screen in order to see what I was doing here. So hopefully that doesn't affect anything. Give me just a moment here, guys. I'm going to just X out of the stream altogether and then join back in. See if that changes anything, but I'll continue working on my artwork here kind of blindly. The next thing that I was going to talk about is that I put it in one of my posts, um, the same one where I announced the stream here, if you guys saw. I'm working on an Ambush in Cairo Indiana Jones set, which um, I am totally blanking on who asked for it in my comments, but it was towards the very beginning of my channel where I was working on Indiana Jones videos. Man, YouTube is just completely disconnected at the moment. I hit refresh again, but hopefully, hopefully there's not a problem with my stream where I have to figure that out. I know we're still going here. We're at 25, almost 26 minutes. Also, thank you to anybody who joined recently. I see we may have another. I in the future, I need to find a better way to actually monitor both my chat and my viewers who join. That way I can actually see your names a little bit better if you're not commenting, because that's the main way that I'm seeing names at the moment. But with having a little bit of technical difficulty here, I might not be able to see the chat for a moment. We're going to go back to YouTube again. Man, I'm not entirely sure what the issue is. I'm just going to, again, draw a little bit blindly. I was thinking about in the very center here, I know there's, on the back side of Minas Tirith, there's the King's, like the throne room, or I forget what it was referred to as for the set itself. Yeah, it's just telling me to connect to the internet, and I think I am. It's telling me I have a weak connection. So I'm going to retry connecting here. Maybe it's because I'm both using my phone and my laptop at the same time, but I don't know why I have a weak connection. Usually that's not a problem. It wasn't a problem for my previous streams. But we'll see what's going on with that. It's still telling me that I can't see what's going on, which that, again, it's going to make it hard to see what you guys are talking about in chat if you're leaving anything. I do apologize. My phone's, of course, up above me here. I'm just sitting on the ground in my room. I have this really old tabletop that I think I was probably like 8 years old when my mom and I went out to, I think we were picking up some other piece of furniture from either a family friend or it was just somebody that we figured out where to get something from, or maybe some type of online listing, I guess. But anyway, we went and picked up a few things, and they had this tabletop, no legs or anything connected to the table, but I was doing a lot of rock collecting at the time, and not that I was using this for rock collecting, but I think they also had some rocks or gems and minerals that I picked up from them in traveling to that place, and then I think my mom picked up some other piece of furniture. So that's why we were doing that, and we figured this would be a perfect Lego table. So it's kind of being used for the same purpose that it was all those years ago. Obviously, I'm doing artwork on top of it, but I have done quite a bit of sorting with different Lego parts. So, all right, I'm going to attempt one more time getting into the stream. I really don't know if it's just because I'm logged into the same account when I'm doing the stream on my phone, and I'm watching the stream from my actual channel, so that way I'm not using my personal account or anything. I don't know what's going on. YouTube is just being strange. So I think what I'm going to do is refresh or just restart my computer. It's probably the best best plan of action. But either way, I mean, worst case scenario, I really don't want to miss any of the chat. it might help a little bit for not getting as distracted while I'm drawing. I hate to say that, but if I'm in my head a lot. So if I'm worrying about the chat, I'm going to end up slowing down on the drawing and yeah. So let me see here. All right, just logging back in. And it's not like anybody's going to remember exactly each curve and jagged rock formation, so there isn't really too much of a reason to duplicate from a photo what I'm looking at. But I'm just going to do something that's really similar so that it has the same feeling as the location where Minas Tirith is, which I don't remember exactly on the Middle Earth map if there is a name for where, like there's, I think it might be in Gondor, but that, you guys are probably going to roll your eyes if that's completely wrong and that's a different location. I hope I didn't just make a fool of myself. But we'll see. Definitely still not having an issue with the live stream itself, but can I get YouTube up again? It's still showing I have a weak connection for, man, why is it doing that? I don't know if it's YouTube itself. I just restarted my computer, so that shouldn't be the problem. It doesn't say I need any updates for it. So if I can't look at the photo, that's the main reason why I was talking about, yeah, it doesn't have to be exactly the same, which kind of ties back to me being a perfectionist. I want it to be as close as possible, but it's really not necessary. So none of this is a one-to-one replica of the photo that I'm looking at. Just my own interpretation, which is, I mean, might be controversial, but in my opinion, that's what most artists should do, even though I've done a lot of replication with my artwork. Looking at photos, I try to do a combination of different photos so that I'm not just copying one-to-one one specific photo. But mainly it's just about getting the proportions correct, and for me, I do a lot of realism, so I try to make it look as real as possible and not cartoonish, which, excuse me, which strangely is very different from what I do with my LEGO backdrop artworks, because I'm also giving it a little bit of a twist in a style where some of the artwork I've included actual LEGO parts, especially if it's a backdrop where you would have something close up and you would see those different elements. But for how huge of a location this is, I don't know if I'm going to do very much of that here, if any at all. It just wouldn't make sense to have different shapes of Lego parts representing like the jagged rocks or anything like that, because then I would have to do that all over the place. And although it might match the look of the actual set and the rock formation coming out in front, it's not going to do me any good trying to sit here for 20 hours and have all shapes of Lego pieces throughout the set, or sorry, throughout the backdrop. So I'm still giving it a kind of, not cartoonized isn't the right term that I'm looking for, because I'm kind of, the inspiration that I'm using for my backdrop artwork were from some of the early Studios sets and some of the Harry Potter sets. There were 3 of them that had different cardboard backdrops. So I was just trying to emulate that same style, but definitely not exactly realism and not cartoon either. Excuse me, guys, just getting something to drink. But it's still showing that I have a weak connection, connected no internet. So I'm just going to disconnect and then connect again. It says I'm connected. And now I'm going to go to YouTube and see if anything changed. Every time I pop up YouTube, it's just showing me a black screen with a red strip across the top and nothing else. So I can't even see any videos or anything that's going on. So yeah, I'm really sorry guys if I end up missing talking in the chat. That's going to be kind of defeating the purpose of a live, but I did want to give you a chance to see how my artwork goes in real time. And if anybody's rewatching it and doing a 2 times speed, even that's closer to real time. So uh, most of the artwork that I've done, I've had to do 100 or even sometimes like 200 times speed. Man, it's still showing me you're offline, check your connection, which doesn't make any sense. I don't know exactly how I'm going to fix this, which kind of sucks. Just going to disconnect again and connect. See if that lets me at least get in. Just says no internet connection again. Well, I'll try again soon here, but I don't want to have to completely cancel what I'm working on or spend too much time trying to work on that when I'm doing this. So, man, I'm jumping all over the place as far as topics go, which if that's very off-putting, I'm really sorry, guys. Uh, and if it's still really hard to hear me, I'm trying my best to speak up, but I will tend to mumble while I'm doing this whenever I'm focusing, and um, I just feel bad that I'm not able to communicate with anybody at the moment. I can always look up at the stream on my phone here, but then I have to stop what I'm doing. So in little breaks, if I can't figure out the stream on my laptop, I'll go ahead and take a pause. Like if I need to go to the bathroom or anything like that, I will make sure to catch up with any of the comments then. But if you guys have any questions for me about something that's like going on at the moment in the stream, that's where it's gonna obviously be a bit of a struggle. So um, feel free to leave any comments afterward if you need to. I'll make this public pretty much right away tonight, so you'll be able to rewatch it. And if you want to leave a comment about something, if you had any questions, I'd love to hear about that. So I am going to explain as much as possible as far as different things on my mind while I'm doing the drawing. But if that doesn't answer a question that you have, then definitely follow up with it. I'd love to answer some more artwork questions for you guys, and even some Lego questions in general. Definitely off topic with the backdrop itself and even the theme that we're working on. But I recently got the East Wing for the Harry Potter Lego sets. So I always refer to it as the Chamber of Secrets because it has the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk underneath. But it's the same location where the Moaning Myrtle and the girl's bathroom is, and where the sink opens up to actually drop down in. And then they have a couple other things. Like I think it's the I always never look way too much into the Lego sets because I like to enjoy the building experience and kind of figure out, oh, that's what that's supposed to be as I'm building it. But I think the upper section where there's like a flat landing and then a couple of stairs that go up, I think it's supposed to be the library. Not sure if it's like specifically the forbidden section of the library, but it might just be the library itself. I'm still having, looking over here, still having issues with connecting to the internet. I don't think I'm having, let's see. I'm still live here. It's probably just me watching at the moment. I'm really hoping that there's not some form of issue where this is not actually live on YouTube and you guys aren't able to see it, and it's just like pre-recording whatever I can post later. I don't know if that's how it works. I kind of doubt it, but I'm just a little worried at the moment because this was not an issue last time I did the live stream. One thing I'm going to do is just exit out of that for a moment and kind of focus on looking at my reference photo here. Again, I'll come to a little break point and see if I can access the comments on my phone or wherever else. In fact, let me try to do that right now. Is this live chat? We can definitely do that. Okay, here we go. I'll take a little bit of a break here and at least respond to what's on now. But Gambit, you said, are you using a picture as reference or just going out of your mind? So I probably already answered that in the last couple of minutes, but I do have one reference picture up, and it's just I looked at Minas Tirith on Google, and one of the first things that came up was Gandalf riding Shadowfax right in the foreground. So it's a really good wide angle of the entire mountainscape right behind it. Man, why did my live chat go away? There it is. And you said testing for your chat. Test. Hello. Hi, Anko. Thanks for joining. I don't know if you're still here or not. Sorry I wasn't able to catch you while you were. But there goes my live chat again. I guess when I pull it up, it just kind of disappears after 5 or 10 seconds. But yeah, I'm going to grab something to drink really quick, and then I'll resume here. I'm really not sure why I would be having this issue at all. None of my family members are home at the moment, so nobody's using like a crazy amount of bandwidth for the internet. And I don't know why. I've had multiple devices plugged in at once. Something I might want to do is I actually have an Xbox One X, and oh man, I do want a PlayStation so that way I have both and I can, play different types of games on each. So I'm not one side or the other, but I'm not even going to get into that topic at the moment. I think it's on a setting right now where it automatically shuts off when I power off. Because each time that I've been turning it on, it does do the hard reboot where it's showing the logo and it makes a really loud noise. But I don't know if that's affecting anything. If I think the first time that I was streaming for Minas Tirith, I unplugged both my TV and my Xbox so that it wouldn't, cause any power spikes with the lights that I'm using. Speaking of which, I do apologize. You guys might be able to see a faint shadow here. I tried to set up the lighting as best as possible. It's kind of running from here to here, but my phone set up above, some of the light that's casting down on the drawing is just from my room light, and then I have two different box lights that are on each side of the tabletop here with the artwork. So I've got one over here and one behind me here, which obviously cast in fairly big shadows on the paper itself, but that shouldn't be too big of a deal. So yeah, we're nearly done with the first half of the sketch. So once I'm done with that, I did want to figure out what to do in the center here. I started talking about that before, but this whole internet disconnection thing happened, and it's been bugging me. So my first idea was having either some type of archway here that kind of represented the back portion of the King's Hall, or like the not a Great Hall, but like the throne room essentially. And I just didn't want to do a whole bunch of crazy detail on the inside if that was just going to get blocked. So I think I might do some large bricks that kind of resemble like the outer wall, or something similar to that, to where it's not, obviously there's no outer wall here and it's just going to be covered up. But um, another thing that I had an idea for was doing the tree, the symbol of the tree right in the center here, which that is my backup plan. And I was going to ask you guys if you had any ideas for that. So feel free to leave a comment if you have a suggestion on what I should do for the middle here. But I will say I do want to keep it as less detailed as possible, because the main focus is going to be the outside portion here, just because of the fact that this is going to get covered up and not rotated around very often. So I'll just be showing people, if they haven't looked at Minas Tirith in person and I have somebody over, then um, I'll probably rotate the set around for them. That way they can actually see the nice interior that you're meant to look at. But I know what it looks like. I built it, and I don't have to look at it a crazy amount, not very often at least. So mainly the display from the front is really cool. And when I say mainly, I mean I do really like the inside too. But the outside is obviously the prominent portion of the set. All right, so even though I do have my reference up and I'm kind of following the shape of where these areas come down, none of this is accurate. I'm just doing random shapes. So that kind of is from my imagination, to answer your question there, Gambit. But everything else is, at least there's sky showing in the upper section of the photo, and the photo is actually way wider than the perspective of this backdrop. Minas Tirith, if these were the walls ending here, the photo goes way out to the side. I haven't even mentioned I have all my alcohol markers right here ready to go. But if you guys can see where my hand is going to, yeah, it's at least out to here for the photo, so you can see a lot more of the mountain coming down. But I'm just trying to make it as close as possible to a front view. The very tip, or like the front of the rock face here, rather than being directly centered in the photo, you can see it kind of coming out to the side, so it's not perfectly a front view of it. All right, so from the middle here, there's going to kind of be something that comes down. There we go. I was testing earlier with my hand, since my head is around, sorry with the camera here if it's like focusing more on my hand, but my head, or at least my eye level, is about right here. So if I lean too far forward, you guys will see the top of my head a lot, and I think it's somewhere around, I'm not looking at my camera, but somewhere around here that I got to make sure not to lean too far in. So whenever I do this stuff at the top, I just have to really use the tip of my pencil and not worry about where I'm doing anything. But I know that the camera kind of cuts off right up here, so what I might do, and you guys might see a shadow and my legs cross the live, but I'll try not to do that. I kind of don't want to, but if I have to, I might spin around to the other side here, and if I need to, with the alcohol markers, color anything in on the opposite side, I'm either going to travel over there or I'm going to spin this around. But we'll get to that when I get to it. And I'm just going to try to not pay attention to the actual time of the live stream either, which of course I'm not even watching it on my computer anymore. It's still having internet connection failure, but I really don't get that. Very strange. Okay, so from the very back here, there's going to be more that goes upward. And it'll travel down here too. And this resembles the top portion of the, well, it's kind of, that might be obvious of me to say, but the roof that's on the, kind of like the temple or the, I guess it would be the keep maybe to the citadel or citadel. But there are a couple of towers that extend up here, so it's not exactly following the shape of Minas Tirith. There's different towers that are going to be extending above here, but since they're more towards the front of the build, ooh, man, that was my ankle clicking there. But since they're at the front of the build, you'll see the perspective change where that's also going to cover up some of the backdrop from different angles. Um, so that'll make it feel a lot more like it's, set into the mountain and not just, oh, there's my wall in the background where it's on top of my dresser. And that's definitely going to be a set that I have displayed for a while. So um, this is definitely going to be sitting right behind Minas Tirith for quite some time. And hopefully it doesn't get really dusty, but there is a shelf right up above it. So I think that'll help a bit. Okay, really kind of like a, almost looks like more of a sandy area going through there where it's not as much of a jagged rock formation. It's really a slope, or there might be some foliage or grass. Yeah, that comes up that direction. And there's a lot that's going to run down this way, so you guys will kind of see the perspective change of things heading this way down on the mountain, this way down in the center, and this direction down on the other side. But the mountain, you won't see any of the skyline on the upper right section because um, even though I'm looking at the photo from a little bit of an angle where you're looking at, oh Jesus, looking at it from the right side here, the mountain just extends a lot more to the right. So if anything, you might see a little tiny corner up there, but not very much of it. Let's see, I'm gonna back out here. Still no internet connection. Yeah, I'm really confused about that. So sorry, guys. Yeah, occasionally I'm just going to look at my phone, and I guess that will be the solution for today, but I'm not even going to be able to monitor the stream. So if any of the framing gets a little bit skewed, I'll just have to check each time that I'm looking at my phone. But I'm going to disconnect and try to reconnect, and I'm just going to, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Closed out my reference photo. Sorry for the pause here, guys. I'm just gonna get this back up here. There we go. Come on. Sometimes my mouse doesn't like to double click something, but wow. Just gonna open. Can I just open? Hello? There we go. Yeah, something's going on with my laptop. I'm not sure what, but it's definitely a little distracting. I'm gonna get this reframed here. There we go. And you know what? I'm just gonna change the corner here a tiny bit. There is something that juts up there, and it's kind of behind this, so this is still a line that comes down, but I wanted to include a little bit more of an interesting shape rather than it just being a angled cutout. Also, sorry guys if you can hear, if I rock back and forth here, there's some creaking just because I'm sitting on my floor as I'm drawing this. So I really hope in the future that I can create a better setup for myself. I was thinking about having a board at a 45-degree angle setting on top of the same location where I built Minas Tirith, but I don't think that would have worked great for this. I feel like I would have had to kind of build a really sturdy backing for having a board on anyway, kind of like an easel would be, but I have an easel that, you know, it's in the middle, it's fairly thin, probably like this. So if I had a board on it, the like 6 inches on each side would probably um, wobble a bit if it wasn't on something sturdy. But this was the best option for now. So that's something that I need to be more comfortable with, is just kind of rolling with it for now and not again trying to be a perfectionist with everything. Oh, I have to have the perfect setup for my artwork so that it looks really nice and clean and aesthetically pleasing, but nah, in reality, I just need to get stuff done so that you guys can watch some of my material. So let's see here. Definitely some interesting rock formations throughout. Whoops, I'm bumping my lighting now here. I don't think it changed anything though. All right, I'm just gonna work on a little bit more on this side. I need to stop saying gonna and just say going to more often. I use a lot of shortened or combined words and phrases, probably to do with where I've been raised and just geographically, part of my accent and other things. You know, at some point, I'm sure people are going to, if they know accents really well, they'll be able to pick out kind of what region I'm from and maybe narrow down like an exact state or whatever else. But you guys will never find me. Just don't alert Rain Bolt. He'll definitely find me. Although I'm not doing any type of filming outside. So unless he knows the exact carpet in my room and who sells it, I don't know. I don't think that's going to be an issue for me. Kind of the same thing here, where on the very bottom there's almost looks like more dirt or sand or maybe clay rather than rocks, and there could be some grass or different bushes on it. But one thing I do want to do, breaking up the color for the backdrop, the sky is just a really cloudy gray color, and the rocks are going to have a little bit of a warmth or like a tan or a light yellow color to them, but only in a few places where the sunlight is catching. Everything else has a dark green or a dark gray green look to it. So with that being the prominent color, other than some of the lighter rock showing through, I do want to add a decent amount of shrubbery or green in it. Even though I listed that there's going to be like a lot of dark green, I do want some of the brighter green to show up, but more of like an olive, or like I guess that would be the best way to describe it, like an olive green. Okay. Now on this side, there's a lot more variation. And just to make sure that I get that a little more correct, I'm going to focus a little bit more here, but I'm going to also take a break and look at the comments here. Or the live chat, rather. I should probably refer to the comments as the live chat, but again, bad with technical terms. So, still getting used to lives. See if we have anything new here. Live chat, all messages are visible unless I don't press on it. And Gambit, you said you like the tree idea. I appreciate that. That's probably the easiest way to go. So I think I might go along with that, but we'll see how it goes. And of course the chat disappears again as I'm looking at that. You said, oh, would you believe that? I finally got Minas Tirith set with ground on Wednesday. Ordered it on June 6th. Very nice. I know that's, ooh, don't know what this piece of debris came from. Something on the ground, of course, but no, that's awesome. I'm glad you finally got it. I'm assuming you mean that it's, of course, been taking a long time, which, yeah, I don't know if it was immediately still on back order from when it first dropped. I know it had been a while, like a good month since it released as I was doing my live streams, but hopefully it didn't go right back out of stock again or out of back ordering and just completely out of stock. I don't know if I worded that correctly. What I meant is that hopefully either or didn't happen, that it went out of stock or put on back order again, which I'm not going to be surprised if it is. It's definitely a desired set, but I didn't think with how expensive it is that there would be as many people wanting it. Maybe their quantity isn't as great as a lot of their other sets they produce, which I'm sure on some scale that's probably true, but I don't know if, I don't know if there's just a lot of people that are willing to set aside the money for it. So it seems like, if it's on back order or out of stock a lot, that it must be a lot of people buying it, obviously. But, if, for example, if they only made like 20,000 copies of it, which I'm sure that's really low, but if they make 50,000 of normal sets and they only made 20,000 of that, I could see why it would go out of stock quicker. All right. I think the best way for me to do this, because I'm looking too much into the detail, which in some ways that's my strong suit, or one of my strong suits with drawing or artwork in general, but if I get too trapped in the detail, it's also a little bit of a crutch to where I'm spending too much time on one section that I haven't even developed enough anyway. Like I have none of the shaping yet, so I don't need to work in all the small areas. What I really need to do, ooh, man, apologies for the ankle cracking again. But what I really need to do, if I can stay out of frame as much as possible, is, ooh, man, now I'm hitting the light with my pencil. Sorry for the loud ding there. There we are. Not sure what that little scribble in the middle is, but that'll get covered up later on. And sorry if I'm mumbling again, guys. I in general, I don't talk very loud. I feel like I mumble a lot, but I'm sure with not having a mic, it's probably way worse. Yeah, still showing weak or no connection from my laptop, so I don't know if I'm even going to be able to look at the chat live. So that'll be for sure something I have to figure out in the future, but we'll take care of that later. Okay, something large that kind of sticks up from here. I think one of my family members is coming home right now, so apologies if you can hear them in the background, which hopefully if there is some type of internet connection in the house, for one, my phone is always on data rather than internet, so that's probably why my stream itself hasn't disconnected if there is an internet issue. But we'll see if maybe one of my family members figures that out, and that way I won't have to leave and work on anything. But I think it's my mom coming in quietly, so she'll probably have my older brother work on it, if anything. All right. So, kind of splits up through here. I have some notes asking people to be quiet, so sounds like she's definitely doing her best. Okay. I'm sure my dogs are just chilling in the dining room or in their dog bed. Okay. I'll probably talk a lot more once I have the actual sketch finished. But I'll definitely have to figure out the tree in the middle if I end up doing that. So kind of more lines that go up in that direction. Okay. And we've got, what else? A lot of kind of grass up in here again. And it's kind of foggy, or maybe the sun and the light in the reference photo are just making it a little hard to see what's up there. Looks like mainly light shining on the side of Minas Tirith here, but that's why I'm trying to figure out and really paying attention, like what is that up there? But this is where this starts to kind of go straight down, and then it'll change into that other angle there. There we are. Again, doing my best to avoid putting my shoulder or my head in frame here. Don't know if we have any new viewers, but I just want to take note if there has been anybody who's joined. I don't know if you're here now, but I'm unable to look at the live chat or really monitor what's going on. So I hope I'm not having any technical difficulties on my end here, and I hope you guys are enjoying. I know this is completely different from what I usually do as far as my channel goes. I have done the backdrop artwork either within a video, or I usually post them separately, kind of in a group with a specific theme. So that's another way that I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say, but obviously I have, you know, my artwork on the channel, but I've never done a stream for it before. Same thing with doing the streams for a build in general. It was completely new to me. Okay. This side isn't quite as important with all of the detail, but there are a lot of difference in shape and kind of like triangular jagged formations. Okay, and there's some more of this over here. Yeah, some of this is definitely just kind of coming from my mind rather than from the reference material. Man, I keep hitting the pencil on that. I'm also using this, I'm drawing a blank on the actual name for it, but it's a graphite pencil that's kind of like a mechanical pencil in how it works, but much thicker lead that's similar to an actual pencil. And it's just saving on the, even though this looks like wood, it's got like a wood grain look to it, but I think it's just a plastic or a resin. And then of course the metal ends, and I think maybe the inside is just the plastic capsule, or possibly a little bit of metal. But it's one of the pencils where it comes with a sharpener specific for it, and you just sharpen the lead right on here. So it's the combination between a mechanical pencil and a normal pencil. So just a mechanical pencil that you have to sharpen. See, my supposed there we go again. My supposed ADHD causes me to stumble over my words. I'm just talking too quickly. And unfortunately, it is getting a little bit toasty in my room here, but oops, I'm going to avoid turning my fan on because I don't want that going on in the background, and then you guys really will have a hard time hearing me. But yeah, I feel like this is going to be a live stream where mainly we'll have people joining in and watching it at 2 times speed later on, once I've made it public. And it's not a huge deal to me if I don't have a ton of you guys watching live, but um, I at least wanted to give you guys an ability to see, again, real time with the artwork, how I do it. Okay, now this is making a little bit more sense. I had to develop more back and forth before I could actually see where these shapes go. And we'll have some more cliff sides. Yeah, I can really hear my mom walking above me. I apologize for that, guys. Definitely the downside of living with family members and not alone. Can't really have it perfectly quiet for the streams unless I had a soundproof room that was separate, and I don't have that. So just gonna have to do with what I have, or make do with what I have is probably the right way to say that. Okay, making some nice progress here. Pretty much done with the sketch aside from whatever I'm going to put on the inside, but the sketch is obviously going to be a lot quicker than actually filling all of this in with marker. And the good news is, since I don't have to do any really accurate details or anything like that, I can do the same thing as I am drawing this, where I'm not really worrying about exactly following the shape. So when I'm using the alcohol markers, I'll just kind of, go wherever I need to. I'm also debating, usually I trace the outlines of different sections in marker, which I'll probably still do, and it's more like a fine point, like the, what are they called? The micron markers. I'm going to use a, I forget if it's 8mm or whatever 8 stands for, something a little bit wider so that you can actually see the lines. But I'm just trying to debate whether I should do that after I've used the markers, or if I should do it before. That way I can be a little bit more messy with where I'm actually placing down the marker, and I don't have to worry about having it directly match what I've sketched out here, or follow within the lines of the outline if I end up doing that. Okay, so this bottom portion, definitely some more tapering out this way. And kind of some foliage down here again, mainly this area at the bottom, and a lot of rock formation that goes straight down. And now with a lot of my backdrops, I usually have either a thin or at least like a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of a border, depending on how big my backdrop is. And then I just cut out the backdrop with an X-Acto knife at the very end. But of course, this is as large as I could find for a piece of paper, so I didn't want to create any type of border on the outside. I wanted to have the drawing go all the way to the edges, so that way there's not going to be any cutting out, so I'm not going to lose any dimension of the paper. Let's see here. Just going to double check. Man, every time that I stand up or sit down, I have my ankle crack, but looks like we're still framed in pretty good here, and we're only an hour and 15 in, so yeah, we might end up having a 6-hour stream today. Otherwise, we could go as long as like an 8-hour stream, which I'm comfortable with doing. When I'm actively focusing on something like this, time flies by really quickly for me. See, there we go again with the ankle cracks. If I think it's mainly just you watching Gambit, unless I've had anybody else join in, and maybe you had to go Gambit, but I'm not entirely sure where I was going with this. Yeah, I think I've talked with you before about like um, my age and whatever else, but if there is anybody else watching who hasn't heard before, I'm 27 going on 28 at the end of the year, so not not really old, of course, but I'm definitely getting to that point where in my late 20s I'm starting to feel old. All right, this upper section is really not that important because I can fill it out more as I'm actually drawing stuff or putting down the marker. But same with this very upper corner, it's mainly just kind of repetitive lines coming down some more. I don't know if it's a grass or just bushes that are closely together. It's definitely not like tree line because it's a very steep mountain. So mountains, of course, can still have trees on them, but usually they're on a little bit of a flat section. As the mountain's going up, it'll be, very steep and then have a little spot. And there's a lot of, pine trees and I forget if those are referred to as different evergreen trees or if that's a specific pine, but um, those usually don't have any problem with going up like a 45-degree angle. So I just can't tell it. In the photo, it doesn't really look like, other than maybe over in here and some of the lower areas down, I don't know if they're pine trees or just like growth. So that's why in my, yeah, you'd have to really, really zoom in. It's possible they are very small trees that are up top, but with the scaling of this area, it's really hard to tell. So I'm pretty much going to be doing little dots, or if it is a pine tree, it's a little triangle. So with them overlapping each other, you're really just going to see jagged edges, and it's not really going to make out to anything. All right, still. Oh, you know what? I'm seeing the bars return for my internet here, so I'm wondering if maybe somebody in my house did do something. It's showing a weak connection, but we'll give it we'll give it another go here and see if I can connect to the stream. Oh, possibly. I think I might be able to. Yes, here we go. I think I'm still muted here. Should be. Mm-hmm. All right. Sorry for the delay, but I did finally get back on. And it's nice. Before, when I was building Minas Tirith, my laptop was kind of off to the left of me and past where I was filming from, so it was a little hard to get up and monitor what was going on. But now I have my laptop right next to me, so it's quite a bit easier. Not not perfect, but it works decent. So, um, and then you said, Gambit, you said it was back ordered for over 2 months. Really? Okay. Yeah, I really don't understand how a set like Minas Tirith that's so expensive was, something that a lot of people were able to buy, but not that I want to go into it again because, still trying to stay as positive as possible on the channel, but I hope it's not a lot of scalpers that are just going back to buy another and another and another, which I'm sure in the next few months or in the next year, we'll probably see. Maybe it's already been done. I've seen a lot of people just do little customizations to Minas Tirith, but I have a feeling somebody's going to combine like two or three of them. I would say probably three would make sense, as far as like if you were going to, if you can picture, you're stacking a triangle and another triangle. If you put kind of like the Triforce from Legends of Zelda, or the Zelda games in general, kind of like that, where you have to have three of them to make a larger triangle, or three sides of a triangle and then three times makes a larger triangle. Um, I know that's kind of redundant what I just explained, but yeah, we're probably going to see people that create like a way larger version of Minas Tirith and something a little more, not minifigure scale. Maybe somebody will get a whole bunch of them and try to make a minifigure scale one, which I wouldn't I wouldn't doubt that's a possibility. But yeah, I'm curious to see what happens. All right, let me see if I can get my picture. Put my hand back here to see if my live is still going good when I have my reference photo up. Yeah, okay. Sorry if I was holding my hand there for a moment. I'm just going to cover up. I'm pretty much covering where the stream is on my laptop with the other reference photo window open. But the side where the live chat is, that I have visible, so I can always respond to you guys now. Yeah, I wonder if maybe my mom went and reset the internet, but I'm just gonna double check here. Yeah, we're still rolling up above, so very good, very good. Apologies, one moment. I'm just gonna step out of the room here, and I just gotta grab something, so I will be right back. Oliver, you stay back. Okay, I have returned. Yeah, you guys might be able to hear my dog running around in the background there. Oliver. Oh, shoot, I shouldn't call his name. He totally just reacted to that. All right, we are almost done with the sketch here for the rock formations, but I see, Gambit, you said, I saw a guy do his version of Minas Tirith, complete with Lord Denethor with flames falling from the peak. Very nice. Yeah, there was an article that I saw not too long after I did my stream, maybe the next day or two after, which it was a customization to the white tree of Gondor on top, and oh yeah, that is what, yeah, the tree of Gondor is the term that I was looking for earlier, so it's definitely in the region of Gondor. I don't know why I was having trouble with that earlier, but anyway, so I saw there was like a little bit more detailed tree build, and some of the other variations I don't really remember, but the main other one was a version of Denethor on fire. So yeah, it's super funny. I figured people were going to do that, and I definitely at least emulated him falling from the top when I did the stream and had the complete set at the very end. But I don't know if I'm going to do a display that, well, I mean, Minas Tirith itself is already the display, but I don't know if I'm going to add him falling to mine. It's definitely a funny idea, but especially, even though I have my videos listed as not for kids, that's because I want people to still have the ability to comment. And I guess if you switch it to the other, then people can't leave comments. So that's why I've always done that. And even if it affects my viewership, I don't mind if there's, a younger audience that still watches my videos and finds their way to it. I'm sure there's kids that are on unmonitored accounts to where they're like, I'm 19 when they're like 10, but I'm sure there's those same issues for different games, especially some of the recent controversies like Roblox. I'm not going to get into that at all. But oh yeah, that's definitely an issue. Okay, so yeah, I've pretty much got the main bulk of the rock formations here. Oh man, I just accidentally removed the end of my, there we go, my mechanical pencil thing here. And for some reason, I don't remember. Man, I don't remember where I set the sharpener for this. So it's good that I'm kind of through the actual sketch, because once this is not sharp anymore, and even though I can continue to draw with it, it's not going to be as much of a help. So yeah, I'm gonna, now that I have the side of the actual mountain here, I'm just gonna lightly put in something that resembles kind of the cloudy section up above, and try not to tie that into the actual rocks. Okay, so now what I need to do, hopefully this doesn't affect my ability to continue watching this or be on the stream, but I need to look up a closer picture of the Tree of Gondor. Let's see if I can do, I'm just going to minimize this. And since I'm in the stream, I don't know if I can open up a new, yeah, I'm going to do a new window. Gonna see if this works. Minimize that. Yep, still on the stream. Tree of Gondor. Okay. Just making sure I have a nicely accurate symbol, because I know there's a few variations of it, of people doing their own style. Let's see, movie accurate. And I could look at like the banner here for what came with the set, but I don't want to have to walk over there and cross the path of my filming, streaming rather. So I think the best way to do it is Tree of Gondor banner, Lego. So I'm literally just gonna look, oh, that's a different like tile for it. Here we go. So that'll be the thing that kind of closely, oh, come on. It's not what I want. Save image as. I'm not even gonna bother naming it because I'll probably delete it afterwards. Okay. Yeah, that works. Yeah, most of my backdrop artworks have been, some of the smaller ones were like 3.5, 4 hours, and some of the larger ones were, I think, up to 8 or 9 hours. I don't remember if there was any that were longer than that. I believe I wrote it down for a lot of them. I think I have a reference thing that I can look at, but I'm not going to do that during the stream here. I basically, what was I saying with that? Man, I lost my train of thought. I will let you guys know if I remember. That definitely happens to me sometimes. I have a really, I have a decent, I'll say, I don't know if it's really, really good. I have a decent long-term memory, but my short-term memory for some reason is just kind of garbage. And let's see, I'm gonna open this up and close this out. Okay, should still be good with the stream here. Sorry if I've taken another pause. Should be back to it in a moment. But now I should have, yeah, I'll minimize that for now and open this. Sorry, I'm just kind of mumbling to myself, seeing if I can actually open this. There we go. Okay. That's what I wanted. So now I have a photo up with the same style of the tree that's on the banner that comes with the set. So I'm just going to match that, and I want it to be as close as possible to actually referencing the set. So that'll be the one thing I do that's kind of like, oh, this is based on the Lego part, but that's about as far as I'm going to go with it. I'll have the cool style of the banner. I don't think I want to have any type of like banner shape to the inside, but I kind of do like the shaping below the tree. For now, I'm gonna save that, but we'll say, just looking at the main shape here, I'm going to just kind of ignore that bottom swirly thing. Okay, so the main tree itself, and this, I might do some measurements, but it doesn't really have to be perfect. We'll have the tree itself be about this large, and the base of the tree come all the way down to here, kind of spread out. And the trunk will be here. So I'll make that look a lot better in a moment, but yeah, and that will be a little bit skinnier. That's not quite as wide. And I do have an eraser near me here, which I will probably have to use for, well, usually what I do is I ink the paper and then I'll erase everything, but we'll see what my process is for this specific drawing. Okay, so yeah, maybe this is going to end up coming to about here. Seems like it. So the bottom is kind of this shape, which again, I'm just doing like a really light sketch, so I'm not actually following the perfect shape or anything. Sorry for the scraping noises, but it'll be something like this. Okay, and now to make things a little bit more accurate, let's see if you guys like this. I have a an actual Lego ruler, which has different 2x4 plates, different colors, and these are really cool. The base plates that are 4 by, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, and 20. So 4 by 20, an inconspicuous number, but which I don't even know if I just used that term properly either. But anyway, yeah, this I use sometimes. I don't want to have a bunch of graphite or say like Sharpie or a marker of any kind making stains on the sides of the bricks, if that makes sense. I like it as a memento type thing and not always to use it, but for the stream I'm going to. So all right, we're gonna start at, you know what, I'm going to work on the top first. That way it's a little bit easier. But okay, these are star-like shapes. I'm not entirely sure if they're supposed to be 5-pointed stars. It doesn't look like it. It looks like mainly 4-pointed stars, but we're going to have just little circles that I end up making the points off of. So that way it's a little easier for me to do this here. But we got one there, a couple at the top. I'll use a ruler if I need to, but it doesn't have to be a perfectly symmetrical thing either. I just usually eyeball it for most things and freehand, using the reference of, say, if I drew this and then I drew the 2 up here, so I've got a kind of triangle, that helps me determine where these should be placed based on, you know, how far down from this point to this point, how far down should it be? Should it be in the middle here, or should it be closer to the upper one, which is what it is? And there's a little bit of a gap, which mainly the stem of, let's see, there's a little bit of a stem that comes down here, and they'll cross paths, but let's see, right at the top here, this will kind of cross over like so. So it kind of does touch this, but there is still that gap in between the two. All right, so this starts here, works around and up. Okay, so that kind of starts the top shape. And now that I have, I guess you could describe them as like the arms on that upper section, now I can follow with the next set of branches, if you would, and kind of referencing where they are. So at the very top of the tree, There's three of the star-like leaves that are like here and here. So like 1, 2, 3. And they kind of have a little bit of a curving but almost straight path, and they form the very top of the leaves or the tree. All right, so this is kind of where I'll want to double check things and make sure I'm not weirdly measuring it out, but we've got about, yeah, from the center, 1.5 inches roughly. I'll kind of make it the center more there. And this one is a little bit skewed to the right of 1 inch out. So then for this side, same thing, skewed to this time the left of about 1 inch out from the center, which it already pretty much is. I'll check the height on that in a moment, but the next one should be at the halfway point. So this is way too far over to the left. That's why I double checked. It looked a little off to me. And now I can erase all of that stuff there. And I'm just going to kind of erase that whole thing and redraw about where it is. And I just want to make sure it's on roughly the same height as where this other one is. So it should be coming over to the bottom being about here, top being about there. I don't want to make it too dark, but for now it does have a good bold reference of where these tree leaves or stars are going to be. Okay. So then we have the three that are together here. They have a really weird connection that goes straight down, so I'm kind of skipping that, but the formation kind of breaks out and down this way. And I would say actually these should pass down in this direction. You guys can probably kind of tell where I'm getting very focused in on what I'm doing and not actually like thinking about talking with you guys or looking at the chat. That's what I felt like was going to happen a lot. And the mumbling probably. So I need to invest in a really good mic that I can clip onto myself and not worry about, you know, mumbling too often. There we go. So that's a little bit closer. And I was just looking at where the neck shape of one goes. So this is going to come down in about the same angle roughly as this, maybe a little bit more towards the center, like so. Same with that. Okay, so now this is roughly where the next one goes. So that's why I have that reference point for this little bunch that kind of forms a triangular shape here. And we're going to do the same thing on the other side. It's going to be about right here. And we'll check roughly the distance of where that is in a moment, but height-wise, we're roughly good, should be up a tiny bit. Okay. So now, what do we got? What do we got? I think the best plan of action here is to, sorry, I'm trying to wipe off this paper. Yeah, I just have this taped down very lightly on all four. Whoops, man. If I could hold the pencil properly and not blunt the end, that would be great. But anyway, shoot, I forget exactly what I was saying, but I think my best plan of action is probably doing the next little squiggly line. So these will form kind of a cat eye shape, but the distance between the little circles at the top here and the bottom are roughly the same, so it'll be about here. They connect again, and I'll just draw the shape kind of like this. Doesn't have to be perfect or anything. Again, ironically, since my name is the Brick Perfectionist. Wonder how often I'm going to be saying that. Okay, so then if you imagine that this line is crossing through, and same with the other, oops, this is where the next section will end up pointing in the other directions. Same thing with this guy, kind of followed where that goes. Alrighty. And sorry if I'm, again, getting really quiet and mumbling, but trying my best. I want to fix the shape of this a tiny bit. It seems like it's making too much of a vase shape at the bottom, so I'm going to curve these in a little bit, or curve them out a little bit less and have them flow a tiny bit better. There we go. A lot of that can be erased in the future if need be. But, okay, I see where the next lines are probably going to connect here. Okay. So roughly, man, I don't want to do too much of the, excuse me, I don't want to develop too much of the sides before I get more reference points. And I'm going to take a look at the chat here too. So, again, but you said as you get older, your short-term memory may get worse. Hopefully not. Which, I mean, that probably will be happen, especially with like a lot older age. Like when I get into my 80s, say I live that long, then I'm sure I'm going to have a terrible memory at that point. But yeah, I'm just going to clean up this top portion here. Try to make sure I'm not smudging. Oh yeah, see, the graphite's smudging the paper in some areas, especially down here. So I don't want to do too much of that, and that is the very reason why I'm working from top to bottom, or top left to bottom right, which is how I did the rock formations too. Hopefully you guys can still hear me okay. I know I'm mumbling a lot, I can tell, and hopefully it's not too off-putting, but I'm sure it probably is in some ways. All right, now we've got, yeah, lots and lots of circles on here, so it's a little hard to follow everything. But I think if I make the next formation a little bit longer than this, we have, okay, how does this go? I see what's happening too. Okay, also, yeah, but you said, yes, I can hear you fine. Only thing is the lawnmower going on outside makes it a challenge at times. Yeah, I think I like noticed it in the back of my mind, but didn't even mention anything about it. I know there's been some lawn work going on, so I believe all the windows should be closed, but it's just stuff coming through the walls. And when I redid my room here, I put insulation in the exterior walls, but most of the house does not have insulation, so other than the roof itself. So that definitely doesn't help with the noise. I really wish I had some type of, if not studio, some type of room with like the foam walls, or at least foam on some section of the walls to where I deflect some of that noise. Also, it doesn't help that I don't have a door on my room right now, so I do have a blanket draped over where my doorway is, but that's just to kind of deter my dogs from constantly being curious about what I'm doing in here and running back and forth. Also, another big reason that I have it up there is so that no UV light comes through into the room and hits Minas Tirith where it's displayed. So I don't want that yellowing at all. Yeah, this lower shape is a little bit difficult without having the full shape to reference, so I'm going to have to do something with this. Let's see. Man, now I'm just second guessing myself. Okay. So if I cross these like so, I've got my next little section there, and this one is very similar to the one above, but it's maybe slightly bigger. So got this here. I'm probably repeating a lot of words to myself as I'm mumbling here. So again, apologies if I'm being very uninteresting aside from the actual drawing itself, but I guess that's the main thing I'm going for. I usually listen to music when I'm doing artwork, so that's the main thing that's different for me at the moment, is I'm not having any type of background noise going on. I have to have my stream muted, of course, so that you guys don't hear any type of echo of me talking. I feel like that would be probably much worse than than not having a mic, I should say. All right, I gotta focus in here. So we have this line coming up, kind of follows this, which bends outward and should have a nice like flowing shape like that. Okay, very close to what I was going for. Should be pretty good, honestly. I just have to match it on the other side. Okay, and yeah, that's probably the one main thing I'm repeating is okay. I guess I'm confirming to myself as I'm drawing, like, yep, I'm good on that section. I'm just commentating out loud. Or commentating, I guess, is out loud, so that's redundant, but I am always very redundant, so get used to it, guys. All right, now we have, yeah, we're gonna follow this down to the base. Quite the complicated shaped tree, but it's very nice looking, very elegant, which makes sense for the kingdom, or I keep calling it a kingdom, but the citadel. And we have, let's see where this splits off. So that's in the center. Man, it's hard looking back and forth. Sometimes I lose not exactly the section that I'm looking at, but it's just there's so many different things to keep track of. So, okay. There we go again with me saying okay. I'm just not gonna comment on it anymore. All right, we have a couple more circles here. I'm not going to explain every single thing that I'm doing, but I'll try to at least make some of it make sense. And this one has one very close to it. Yeah, pretty much the tree is the thing that'll take the most time, other than inking and coloring everything in. So no idea how long it's going to be, but we'll see, of course. Got a third one here and here. That's about right. And yeah. And all right, no problem at all. See you soon, Gambit. Yeah, I'm trying to not be so quiet at the moment, but it's especially this shaping is really hard to focus in on. slight heat is tempting me to turn the fan on, but I really don't want to do that. Oh, I see where I messed up here. There we go. That's a little better. Okay. And now we cross through two different sections, but I have to figure out where. Ha. So about here and here in the center, we have more. This is the part that was kind of throwing me off, as I couldn't really see much more of any of this without having more beyond it. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a more laid back stream, not quite as interactive, just because of the artwork aspect, but either I'll find some good ways to make this work in the future, or we'll see if it's something that I don't really continue on with super often. I might just do it here and there, or figure out when it works. But I know that the angle of this pretty much follows this parallel. Okay. There we go. Now I can do this. See, I wasn't sure where to guide this line without having an ending point. So this line is going to come through here, kind of follow that parallel, and run straight up into that. Same thing on the other side, making sure it's pretty even. Not measuring every single thing out, but if I notice something looks a little bit off, I might remeasure to change it, but otherwise it's probably fine the way it is. I don't need it to look like it was printed. That's also another thing that I'm kind of going for, is I don't really mind if either in the Bionicle masks that I'm drawing or any of my other backdrop artworks, subtle flaws and inconsistencies. That's just going to make it a little bit more believable, or I shouldn't even say that about my own work, but the problem with things online being more AI these days, a lot of people are getting really good at noticing and leaving stuff in the comments where they're like, "Oh yeah, nice AI video," but I don't think I'm really going to have any issues with people thinking that my stuff is AI, or at least hopefully not. I try to make it obvious that I'm actually physically working on the drawings and not just showing a complete drawing, because anybody could have done something with Photoshop or whatever and then printed it out. But I try to make sure that I film at least evidence that I started from the beginning and then ended somewhere. And usually it takes a pretty decent amount of time. Like this will end up being the equivalent of, a decent day at work. So okay, so now we're going to make this, let's see, kind of starts about right here, a little reference line, and we have something that curves up towards the one here. Do the same thing on this side. It looks slightly uneven, but it's, again, not a huge deal. It's mainly just that needing to poke out a little bit more to the right. And now this here, I think this just kind of goes past it. There we go. Sorry to get quiet again there. All right, that makes sense, because now we have one that goes from here to here and just barely touches that other circle. So this would be more like that. And that's the bottom here. That's fairly close, a little bit higher up. Awesome. Okay. Now it's starting to make a little bit more sense. Still a little difficult in some ways, but not terribly. That makes sense. All right. Yeah, this is definitely one where I need to use my brain, so it's very crippling to try and have a conversation, or at least talk to you guys about what's going on. I never know if I see there's two watching right now, but I never know if one of them is actually me from, it probably is, from watching the stream on my laptop. Okay, so this shape at the bottom pretty much, geez, arcs out this way. There we go. And goes over and down. I shouldn't be skipping too much of the space in between here, so I'm not smudging, but at the same time it's hard to reference this without having something down there. That's about where that lands. Okay, and this has kind of a landing point there and here. Okay, now that's easier to draw. Sorry for being quiet again, guys. And I know I'm probably doing more damage to myself by bringing attention to that over and over again. I probably just need to let it go. And there's a few more branches below that, but this is about where it lands. It needs to be lower now. Cool. Okay, that looks a little more even. And then we get a star or a leaf or a circle for now on the end. A little more centered. There we go. And once I ink this, it'll look a lot better. But yeah, I think this is a good choice, especially looking at it now, even not being completed. I like it. I like it being in the center there. Wish it wasn't so hot lately, though. It's not too bad at the moment, and I don't have to use my fan, but I can for sure tell that it's getting toasty to where I'm tempted in a little bit of a way to maybe have it on for a moment, but I don't need to do that. This will be the best way for me to proceed. More of this going up. There we go. Making sure I'm not missing anything here either. Man. I think I did that right. Yeah. Yeah, I did. So this just kind of brushes past here and goes to this one. Hold on a minute. Man, I don't like the way I did that. It almost looks too far up at the moment. Jeez. It's really hard to follow. Yeah, like looking back and oh man, there's a very large ankle crack. That was a bad one. Man, It's always my ankles and my knees. It's terrible. But yeah, sometimes I'll start drawing and the positioning of certain things do end up getting skewed, so then I'm like, oh man, I gotta redraw some stuff later. But hopefully I don't have to do too much of that here. I'm just going to do more of the bottoms so that I can actually make sense of this again. So we've got a couple more circles that are like right down below this. It might be a little bit inward, but not too much. There we go. And those kind of follow the same angle here. That's pretty much like this. And it goes right to the base of here. So yeah, this will probably help me a tiny bit more. And same thing for this one. Hopefully my arches are holding up on each side. Trying to make it as symmetrical as possible, but sometimes it's hard when you're, you know, everybody's, unless you're ambidextrous, it's hard to, you have to kind of reposition yourself based on which direction your hand is going or how your body is oriented. So it's difficult sometimes. And it's about right. Definitely a little bit more of an arch than what I've actually got here, but figure that out. And now I'm just doing way too dark of lines on that. Let's not do that. Smudging everywhere. No worries though, I'm going to make this, not entirely sure what color I want to do it. If I want it to be, since this is going to be mainly like maybe some brick detail and having it in white or some off-white color, I probably should do the tree dark, but I don't know if I want it to be like a gray color that almost looks like it's silver, or if I want to do it just like black or like a dark brown. Okay, that's similar enough. And this kind of attaches itself in here. It's part of the trunk. But that's one of the angles that's a little hard to draw there. Okay, yeah, that looks symmetrical enough. This could go out a tiny bit more though. And some of these circles, like my wrist will move in a really weird direction and then it just destroys the circular nature of it, makes it more of a blob. The ankles and the knees. Yeah, we're not too far in, only a couple hours so far, so might not be too crazy of a stream, but definitely a fairly long one. Definitely not 24 hours worth of streaming like Minas Tirith though. Well, luckily I'm not having any more issues with the live chat. Cross my fingers. All right, now we have a shape that's going to go through here. And I guess this will have another circle about here. Yep. And then one will be about here too. I feel like some of these I'm making them too compact or maybe too spread out in some ways. Like I don't know if there's going to be the correct spacing in between here, but I hope. Otherwise it's going to be similar, but the proportions might be a little off. But yeah, something from here coming through, attaching to that one. A branch is what I should say. Obviously, that's what it is. Okay, just doing this to reference. look right. Yeah, really got to turn my body here. Try not to go into the frame. Is that about right? Yeah, close enough. Could arc a little bit more. Nice. Well, not quite what I was going for, but we'll make that work. A little better. And now we have one more right down at the very bottom. That's almost underneath that part, so there and there. Again, sorry if I'm talking quietly, guys. I have never been a loudspeaker, but I can definitely work on actually enunciating better and speaking up, because I've worked plenty of retail positions where I don't have a huge issue doing it. I guess I didn't spend enough of my life talking, or I don't know exactly how to put it, but I haven't vocalized a lot in my life to where I can articulate my voice too. And sometimes it takes me a real moment to search for a word. Yeah, that works too. Well, that should be about good. I guess that's kind of the arch that shows up at the bottom here, that shape. And from there, it's at least a lot better, because this points down into it, and I guess we can fix that a little bit more now. Okay, erase some of these lines in the middle. And reshape that. I need to get a clip mic for my ankle so that you guys can just hear specifically the popping. And then I'll have a mic on that's super, super quiet for my own voice. How about that? That'll be a really good idea. Okay, I think I can kind of make sense of the middle portion here, but it's really difficult. It just seems like there's a lot more than there actually is. And I don't know why, but it's really distracting looking back and forth. What the heck? Yeah, this is like really, really confusing. I guess this thing here comes up this way and then goes like that, but it just looks like this is way closer to the actual. Oh, I guess not. I guess there's a little thing that comes up here too. That's what was throwing me off. No wonder. So now we've got some more progress. Man, yeah, that was a rough one. Okay, now making that symmetrical is going to be pretty rough too. So I think I have to lower that a tiny bit first. Goodness. Keep thinking this is like an eraser, shaving down at my lower section of the table here, but it's just a marking that hasn't come off for however long. Let's see, is this good enough across here? This should be about right here. There we go. Okay. Now I should be able to somewhat follow this parallel. I'll make sure, yeah, there we go. Okay. I keep saying okay a lot, but sorry guys. I'll have to look back at the live chat in a moment here and see if there's anything new going on, but I hope I'm not missing anything. Does that look right? Man, that does not look right. That for sure has to arc more. Maybe come down a little bit more and in that way. But yeah, now I'm just making this too dark again. I think this should be a lot easier than it is, but it's proving to be quite a challenge. Just want to line this guy up. There we go. How's that now? Yeah, that's a little better. I think it's also just this that's throwing me off. Does that look like it? Yeah. Again, close enough. Okay. I don't know if there's anybody new that joined in. If so, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Title should be pretty self-explanatory. We're just working on the backdrop. Sorry, backdrop artwork for Minas Tirith. I don't know if I'm like in my brain feeding myself very tongue twistery lines or what's going on, but I'm very bad at picking through my own vocabulary. So I use words that just do not tie well together with each other. Seems like I have to go up and down in pitch and just say, again, very tongue twister like words back to back, where it's like, man, was that even necessary for me to word it that way? But that's my ADD. Man. Oh, it's been a long day, guys. It's been a really long day. That's just my ADHD affecting me, is what it is. And probably a little bit the heat now, too. I'm really confused. Lately, it seemed like, or man, lately it has been seeming like it's been getting very humid in just the evening. Like the morning is fine, no issues. We'll have the windows open in the house and then we close them once the temperature starts rising again. But then all of a sudden we have a closed house and there's not any hot air getting in, although we don't have, the insulated walls, so there's at least some. But then it feels like the humidity rises so much at the end of the evening rather than like midday. It's only 5 p.m. for me right now, so it's not super late, but I've just noticed that like 8 or 9 o'clock I'll be like baking in my room. Like, what is even going on? The evening should start to cool down. It usually always does when you hit sundown and the moon comes out. Of course, it's not going to be as early as 5 p.m. So there's still going to be the heat of the midday. But I swear to you guys, in the past couple of hours, it was not hot. So it just doesn't seem right to me that like 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock are not the hottest portion of the day, seemingly. But now I'm just going into a rant because it's irritating me. And I don't know if anybody else has been feeling like overly exhausted lately, especially after eating. I know digesting food can take a lot of energy for your body, so that's a lot of, what makes you tired. But I feel like lately there's been something else where I'm just feeling really, really low energy. And I don't know if it's heat related or maybe my diet or whatever else, but who knows? My metabolism's probably dropped way down too. But anyway, I went off on a huge tangent and I also confused myself on the way this actually looks, so it's hard to get back into where I'm even at with this. Mm-hmm. Okay, and another reason things are confusing too is because there's another right down here. There's going to be a thing that comes through and creates this little X in there. So I'm not seeing that as a reference point, and it's really throwing me. But if we can get, let's see, from here, another one of these like out here, that's what we want. It's a little bit farther than this one. That looks pretty good. Now we can do this guy going through, and then it kind of runs over in a squiggly fashion, like so. And yeah, that definitely helps a lot as far as referencing some of these other things here. This in the picture is like a little bit farther down, and some of these are skewed, but I'm not too worried about it. I've got this one down, but it seems like there's just, let's see, one more right here. I guess it's kind of like right here. Yeah, it's really hard to tell. But it's more to the side, so it's like this. Yeah, this is the problem with trying to draw a complicated shape without measuring certain things. You get way too confused really easy. Okay, so after this weird, like, there's 3 up here, and the 2 going across, and then there's 2 more, and then there's 2 more here. And then we have that and like the outer one. So technically this is a little off, I feel like. But there should be, from this point, man, this is, guys, this is so confusing. This is rough. Oh man. Yeah, it's really difficult to tell where a lot of these lines are going. And even looking at the reference picture, there's so many of these dots going all over the place that you legitimately have to count each and one of them to make sure that there's as many as there should be. Like, holy crap, dude. Like, I was not anticipating that being such a challenge for my brain. It really shouldn't be as bad as it is, but it seems to be. 1, 2, 3. And then there's one out there. So it's like 1, 2, 3, and then there should be one out here. And then I think something comes through this. Like, what the heck, dude? This doesn't even look like it matches up. Because it looks like there's also something that comes through this way, and I don't even know what is going on, man. I'm just highly confused. This is supposed to have a little thing that goes this way, if that's even right. And then there should be one that's like right about here. I'm just like drawing phallic shapes over and over again because I'm getting the position of the circle wrong, and it's frustrating me. Because I know that these are really not lining up great. Oh my god. Like, this should be, I'm pretty sure this is just supposed to be way more down. That's the main issue. I knew that middle part was not going to line up correctly. I felt it. So I guess this is going to be like that. then this will run through it, which that kind of looks off, but again, whatever. Well, no, man, this does kind of, this is just looking like a whole mess now. Definitely the most difficult part of the drawing, that's for sure. Okay, I guess that's going to have to work good enough because this stuff is not accurately placed. I'm going to have to bring this down a little more to here. And then this is going to have to be like here and here. Oh my goodness, I don't even know what I'm drawing over right now. Shavings, I guess. Whew. Oh, this heat is just really getting to me. I really don't want to have to do this, but if it really comes down to it, especially, I mean, let's be completely transparent. I'm not having a very active stream at the moment, so not frustrated about that or anything, but the heat is getting to me to the point where it's like, hey, is this even worth going as far as inking everything today, or should I just do another stream on Monday? I'm going to do another stream anyway. The ankle cracking is really getting to me now too. I might call it a day at some point here soon, and like in the first 3 or 4 hours, and rethink the situation as far as finishing it, because yeah, I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to get frustrated with the shaping of this stuff. And one thing I'll kind of discuss, even though I don't know if anybody's going to hear it, unless, you know, I have people rewatching this afterwards, but even though I have going on 1,000 subs, it doesn't do anything for me when it's mainly my fault. I'm not putting out enough long form videos, but from the very beginning, it hasn't changed. Nobody's actually thoroughly watching my videos. I appreciate the views in general, but a lot of it's just people clicking in and watching for 10-20 seconds and then popping out, which, you know, that's me just needing to improve my video style and everything. But it's really frustrating when you need 3,000 view hours in order to become monetized, and I have nearly the second tier of subscriber eligibility, because I think you only need 500 and 3,000 watch hours, and then it's like 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 or 5,000 watch hours for the second tier of it. So yeah, lately I've just been getting I have like 108 watch hours out of 3,000. So if that, you know, puts things into perspective, I hate to say it, but I don't get a lot of return. It feels like my videos and my shorts are just being kind of slept on, and that's part of the reason why I was so frustrated and stressed out about the way that my last video edit was going. I can't find a good way to implement my thoughts into something cohesive that actually tells a good story as a video. I'm very, very bad at that. So it's a struggle for me to try and formulate something that makes sense as far as editing, and trying to keep it aesthetically pleasing without just like holding my phone and filming something all jittery and having focus issues, and which, I mean, I still even have that too, and I still use my phone, but I at least try to set it up in a way to where it's, you know, the camera's not shaky and moving around, and I don't have my hands constantly in frame covering what I'm trying to show. But in doing that, it takes a lot of effort framing those shots. And like even for a short, a 1 minute short, I'll film for about 30 to 45 minutes and then cut all of that down into a 1 minute short. So if you guys can imagine how long it takes me to create a 10 or an 8 minute video, I have to put together like 3 hours worth of footage. And if I'm not doing like a speed build or a speed drawing, or I'm just like showing different still images, or not even images, but I'll do like a freeze frame of um, uh, a specific shot that I was doing as I was filming a video. So it kind of acts like a picture or an overlay, but it's just a very still version of what I was filming, so you're not seeing any shakiness. Um, but it just, I have to be honest, it really sucks when I work incredibly hard on putting videos together, hours and hours worth of editing time, and then it's like, oh, people watched your video for 3 hours. And it's like, well, I need 1,000 times that much. So it just seems not impossible, but very unlikely that I don't want to say that I won't succeed on YouTube, but like it's going to be hard to get monetized. Like that, I'm not making any type of money, so there's no way for me to set aside more time for the YouTube videos. I don't work exactly full time, but I work like 32 hours a week, so just like a shift short of full 40 hours. So yeah, I can't like work 24 hours a week and then set aside a bunch more time for YouTube videos and then have no turnout or very little uh, viewership, to where it's just like, oh yeah, people are just kind of sort of interested in it. And that's one thing that's really been getting to me lately, which is why I want to get back to the actual mocks, because I can tell that from the very beginning of my channel, when I was working on the Indiana Jones videos, I did the custom build for the motorcycle chase, and people seem to really have liked that one. So um, as far as doing, you know, similar videos to what I did in the past, I want to get back to things like that, but uh, in some ways I feel like I can't when I'm trying to do something that I want to on my channel, but then other people want to see something else. It's really hard to, I guess, combat that without feeling like I'm being selfish about what I want to do. But it's like, realistically, I'm here on YouTube to be entertainment, but I'm not going to get pushed around by people telling me, I want to see this or I want to see that. Um, you know, I have my own collection, and you know, certain stuff I'm going to be able to show and certain stuff I'm not. So I can't also uh, afford to put a bunch of money into buying different sets and figures just to please the one or two people, and then not even be monetized in general. So it's like, okay, what type of turnout do I get from that? I lost money on it, but I'm trying to not be negative at the moment, but I have no idea what to talk about. And again, this heat is it's brutal at the moment. I don't know where it came from. Like it has not been this bad all day, and then it just randomly hit me like a truck. I want to at least try and finish the sketch of the tree and the brickwork that I'm going to do on the inside here, and then I might just save the rest for a second stream, but I wanted to try and get as much of it done as possible in one go, so that way I don't have to do too much of revisiting it. Otherwise, the Cairo ambush mock that I have planned out for the next uh, week or two here, otherwise that's going to get pushed back even more, which, I mean, to tell you the truth, guys, I won't be surprised if it already does, because of trying to fix and do stuff like this. And there's always stuff going on in my life to where it's like, oh cool, now I have to focus on this and I can't do my normal thing. So I'm going to get back to working on the drawing and trying to focus on making sure the proportions are correct. And I'm going to do less complaining now because I feel like I'm just streaming my rant, and that's all. Man, that looks so off on this side now. Holy crap. I knew things probably wouldn't go perfectly, but I'm just frustrated that they're going a lot worse than I thought it would. Okay. Does that look right? Sure. And then I can do this here. Hopefully, yep. And that should help with this shape. All right, did I succeed? I think that's a lot closer than before, so pretty good. All right. Looks like we have 3 watching now. Thank you for whoever joined recently. I mentioned this previously, but I really only have the ability to see, or at least that I know of, the only ability to see people's names in the live chat. So I'm not, especially since I'm doing artwork, I'm not really looking at my live stream on my laptop very often or enough to see specific people that are joining the chat. I wish I could, call you guys out by your channel names or your account names at least. But I also don't want to make people uncomfortable by calling attention to you if you're watching and just want to casually watch. So I figure it shouldn't be too much of an issue. All right, I think I pretty much have it fixed to where it needs to be. Most of this does look correct, but the one thing that is really throwing me off is just the way this top portion it is. It, again, does not have to be perfect, so I think that's just how I'm going to roll with it. There are some stars that are up above here, but I think I'm just going to leave those out. And now I'm going to work on the trunk here. Trunk is roughly the same length as the upper branches themselves, but also it might be a little bit, well, yeah, I'd say 50-50 for the trunk and the branches up top. There we go. I don't know why that happens to me sometimes. I guess it's because I'm right-handed and I'm drawing something on the left side. It very much changes the way that I'm putting whatever down on the page. Doesn't matter what type of medium it is. It's just a different angle for my hand, I guess. Okay, and very bottom, it's almost like an upside down heart here, but we'll go ahead and it doesn't actually reach in the very center, but I'm going to at least get at that center point, and then it starts about here. Oh, whoops, here, and of course that's not looking great at the bottom of the tree if you catch my drift, but we're going to fix that really quick. All right, so this, it's almost like the shape of a heart. I'm not actually going to connect it here. I'm going to connect it a little bit inside, so that way the shape of the roots going this direction can kind of use that. And then this, it's not an actual heart shape, it's more flat on the bottom there. And it's a little bit less arch. So yeah, more like this. And then we're going to go, actually I just realized I'm going to go with the inside part here for the thickness of it. Should be about there. Cool. I'm probably being very boring right now, guys. Sorry. Not really, other than going on that rant a few moments ago, I'm not very talkative today, I guess. Definitely a hard thing for me to do, working on artwork and then streaming. If I had somebody that was here with me and like asking me questions, I think I would not like that, because it would fully interrupt me from doing the artwork. But in a way, I almost feel like it would be nice to have somebody like monitoring the chat for me, and then being able to tell me if there's any new people that join, or new comments that pop up, while also asking me questions if anybody had them in the comments. But my channel is definitely more of a solo effort, so I'm really not planning on having that be a thing in the future. Definitely no plans of having any like helpers or people that I pay. At least I might end up having to in the future if the workload ends up being too much. If I just filming and editing and drawing and doing the voiceovers and all that is just not something I can keep up with as my subscriber count hopefully goes up. But yeah, that's the thing. I need to really find a good formula for my channel currently, and I guess that's why I'm doing some experimental things with live streaming and seeing what you guys might like, because that's the main thing for me now, is trying to figure out what videos and what things on my channel are worth doing, aside from the things that I just personally want to continue, even if other people have the opinion like, oh, I don't like that, I'm not going to watch your channel now because you're doing it. Like, that's not going to be for everybody. Like the bionicle masks, for example, not everybody's going to want to watch those, and I figured, that would more than likely be something that would be the case. But I still get a decent amount of views on those for people who do enjoy the bionicle stuff, and mainly it's just for me, because I want to do it. So that's mainly why those are there. I want to not that I'm trying to be a first person to do anything, but other than people who have done some artwork of Bionicle, or drawn a Bionicle mask here or there, I don't know if there's anybody else who has done like the full set of Bionicle masks. So I don't need to be like a Guinness world record holder for anything like that, but it'd be cool to have a thing on the internet, or not a thing, my channel, and like history on the internet of myself accomplishing that and drawing all of the masks, which I hope that's not something that people get really bored of after a while, other than the Bionicle fans. But again, it's just something that I want to do for myself, so I'm going to continue to do it. Almost done with the tree here too, so we're getting close to being done with the sketch, but there'll be a few other things I want to add for the interior of it. I also think this needs to go a little farther out on the bottom. I'll fix that later. And then we just have a couple more of the swirly lines to go. one here on the bottom. See if I can match that up. Man, having trouble seeing what I'm looking at again. I think this just has, yep, one more little curly cue here. Kind of extends off of that lower one. There we go. Okay. And there's one more line that kind of juts off from it there. And just goes off to the side. Like so. I'm just looking to see if I missed anything else. I don't think I did. Obviously, there's on the banner, there's more down below, but not a crazy amount. Now, one thing that I would like to do as an artist, it's very important stepping back and looking at your artwork to make sure that it's being viewed correctly. And yeah, I think the bottom looks pretty even for the roots. Yeah, that should be good. There we go with more cracking ankles. And I'm not entirely sure if we have any new viewers or not. As I was looking at the stream, I saw one actually go away. So if there was somebody that joined recently, I'm sure you're not hearing this anymore, but thank you for stopping in for at least a moment. Man. I don't know what it is. I'm terrible at screwing lids with a cap on. Like that water bottle that I have, I don't know why it takes me so long to line up the threads. I'm so bad at it for whatever reason. It's real fun. Does that look better? I hope so. Yeah, it looks a little better. All right. I'm briefly going to step out of the room here and run to the bathroom. Hopefully nobody else pops into the stream as that's happening and they just see nothing other than the drawing. So I will be right back. Okay, and we're back. Well, I guess the good part about doing this, and the main reason why I wanted to do a live stream, is that I just needed to get this done in general. So, kind of helped me do something that would force me to follow through with a time frame. So, yeah, let's see here. Welcome into any of the new viewers. Working on the Minas Tirith backdrop right now, so I'm pretty much done with the sketch. About to move into the inking and possibly some of the alcohol markers if I don't end up saving that for the second part of the stream. But all right, I've got the shaping of all of that now, so I don't think I need the reference photo anymore. I'm seeing on the stream that it is a little hard to see much more than just the tree in the center. The camera's probably focusing on that a lot more since it's darker and not much of the actual stuff I've drawn on the outside there. But Ganda, I see you're back now and you're responding in the chat, so I'll catch up here. You say, I'm back, hope everything went well while I was away. For the most part, I did have a little bit of a rant where I got frustrated in the shaping of the tree, but other than that, I think we're doing okay. So, and then you said bathroom break. That's crazy. Just kidding, of course. Nice. Yeah. So let's see what we got here. I don't really have too much of a plan for the actual shaping of this stuff here. I really don't know what I'm going to do for that. I don't want to do any other archways or different sections inside of the shape of Minas Tirith, but I do want to do something that fills in all this blank spot. Otherwise, I'm just going to be coloring it in something like a off-white or a light gray with maybe some yellowing in it. But yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know if maybe Gambit, you have an idea, or might have another viewer or two. I don't know if you guys wanted to chime in at all. Not that you have to, but if you have some form of an idea of how I should go about the very inside of it here to finish the sketch, I am all ears. Let's see. So I've got I was thinking initially the main line that I have for Minas Tirith that I had to measure out and use a ruler for, that's going to get completely covered up. I mainly just needed it as reference for where I was going to draw the jagged like rock formation around that. But now I don't really know exactly what would look best for the center. I could do, and the archway on the inside, I don't know exactly how big it is, and I don't want to trace something out where it doesn't make sense. But again, I guess it doesn't have to be perfectly matching the king's I don't know, not the keep, but the hall on the inside. Again, you said maybe once you get the other areas completed, you'll get a better idea of how to proceed. That's kind of where I'm at, to tell you the truth. I don't really want to do any inking yet until I've had the entire sketch done. So really, I'm just trying to plan out what I should do for the inside, and then I can move along with that. Yeah, I guess I can just start somewhere rather than anything, but I'm going to at least measure something to make it way more accurate. We're going to go with like we'll do like a 7-inch opening, I think would be good, using an odd number rather than an even number. So we'll go 7 inches like that. Seems like it should follow the shape of the tree pretty decent, and then this measurement up here doesn't need to be anything crazy, but we'll make a relatively straight line here. Oh man, my stomach's growling. Okay. We're just going to do something. I think that's straight enough. I'm going to bring that to about there. ankles are just clicking and clicking and clicking today. What a joy. Again, about to here. There we go. So I guess I am going to have some type of center point here. And Gambit, you said you could have it as a foggy area around the tree. And I could definitely do that for what I'm about to have on the inside here. I guess I'm kind of making some form of archway, but what I should do as well, unfortunately I don't have my compass handy at the moment, but let's see if I can open up my drawer here without disturbing too much. Where is that my compass? No, it's not. Shoot. Hope I can find it here. You know what? I wonder if this, I don't know why I'm drawing drawing a blank on the term for it, but is that, it's not quite the right size. That wouldn't work. It's almost a little better though. We're gonna freehand it because I don't always need to use something to do circles, but it helps, obviously. So we're gonna go following the pattern of the tree, and it's gonna go about like that. So it's not going to be like a perfect circle, but it's going to be a good looking arch. Okay, and follow that along this way. Definitely a little bit harder to do it from this side. Don't know why it doesn't feel like it's lining up as well as the other, but that's okay. Partially because of where I drew the other line too there. But no, this definitely needs to come out a little bit more. I was afraid that I was going to run into, I don't know. Looks fine to me. It's weird. I guess these didn't pop out as much as they do on the other side. There we go. Something like this. That looks a little better. Erase that. One thing that I didn't necessarily like is how it's kind of touching the inside of the rock formation there, but whatever. Whatever. It works fine. You can always try to close it in a tiny bit, but I think it's not going to be a crazy issue or anything. Okay. So yeah, that looks all right, and it's centered with where it's supposed to go. Oh, Faith. Hey, thanks for joining. It's been a little bit here. You say, hey, just thought I'd pop in, say hello. Working late tonight, so I'll mostly be lurking. No problem at all. Thanks for joining in. I appreciate you. And it's mainly the sketch that I've been working on, so you haven't missed a crazy amount. But soon here we'll be getting to the inking process, and then I'll be able to erase a lot of the pencil work and move into the acrylic markers. So yeah, so far it's looking pretty good. Just because of the different shaping of like where this tier pops up and then this one is way up here, it dips down to a different section. So it's just way closer on that right side of the arch that I drew in the center, but I guess that's the main thing that's bothering me at the moment. But now that there's an arch here, the only thing that is going to bother me is that this probably won't match what's on the inside. And if I wanted to do a couple more arches lower, kind of similar to where there's the statues on the inside, if I don't have this measured out, it's not going to line up in the way that it does perfectly on the inside, unless by a miracle I somehow eyeball it and it ends up being pretty close. But I'm trying to figure out a good way to fill in this now, because that will be okay. And at least at the top here I can start to form some of the brickwork. So I think I'm going to match about where these different tiers go. They won't be completely perfect, but I'll have bricks that are roughly that size. I could measure these out and specifically do them not like a perfect line going across, but the same width. And see what we got in the live chat here. Good to see you guys saying hello to each other. And let's see, yep, doing well, thanks. So hope you are too. Awesome. Nice to see you guys joining again. I imagine in the future I'll probably get some more regular viewers, but at the moment you guys are the top viewers for the live, so I appreciate you. Definitely holding it up for me. Yeah, this is this is bothering me now at the top. I don't want to, especially because I'm sitting across from the top here. I already know that I'm going to end up foreshortening some of the lines as I get, or maybe they'll get wider as it comes closer to me, but we're going to go ahead and, even though I don't want to do too much leaning over the drawing itself, I'm going to kind of mark out at least a decent, oh, man, my ankles, a decent thing here. So, okay, so we'll have a line right at the very top here. And then we'll have one at the 2-inch, the 1-inch, and 0. And I guess we'll go 4. 5 will be about there. 6. I'm just mumbling to myself. Sorry, guys. And not worrying about them being absolutely perfect because these outer areas are different, different shapes, so it's not going to line up with the brick no matter what. Okay, I'm just going to do about 1 foot of it for now, and I'll come back to that later once I do the other side. Okay. That goes here. That one up there, yep. Sorry to be so quiet at the moment, in focus mode. There we go. So it's probably important for me to do this now and just stop doing the lines differently. There we go. That should help. I think it should do this. Okay. Now I can see a little better. So I guess that was almost correct where I had that. That needs to come up a little bit. And that should be good. Okay. 7, 8, 6 actually. Whoops. Okay, that's where I have both of them ending for now, so we'll do that, and then I might figure out something different, so I don't want to go too far down. And we'll figure out what's next. But yeah, the bricks here, I don't think I want to do them. Well, you know what? I was going to say I don't want to do half of that size, but I think I'm going to, because I don't want the bricks to look so terribly large. So I'm going to go 1/2 inch roughly, and then maybe some of those will line up a little better. And I like doing these where it's, you know, it's not perfectly measured because they're very close in size, but they'll have their slight inconsistencies to where it'll look more like a not fully organically placed brickwork, but you know, when you're doing it by hand, it's not going to always be perfect. So um, this should kind of emulate that. And there we go. That lines up with that one. Okay, and then this shouldn't be too bad because then I can, um, all of the bricks will pretty much be outlined, but I'm not going to hit every single portion of the line. That will make more sense when I actually start working on that in the drawing, but you guys will kind of see what I mean soon. Okay. And at the very end of the stream, maybe not for today, of course, but for when I finish the backdrop, so maybe the second stream I end up doing for it, I have my dresser right up behind me in the north direction of the video, but not that I don't want to, or that I want to avoid showing a bunch of my room, but I just still have things fairly unorganized in here and I need to clean up a lot more stuff. So I'll at least at the very end do a quick pan over to Minas Tirith on top of my dresser, and what I'll do is I'll detach the artwork from my table here, and I'll take the tape off the very ends in detaching it, I guess is what I was going for, so that I can remove it, put it behind Minas Tirith, and then I'll move my camera. So for maybe a minute or two, you guys will just see the blank um, tabletop here without anything on it, but shouldn't be a crazy amount of time. And yeah, honestly, the more that I look at this, and as I'm going down the line here with the different bricks, I'm not going to bother with anything else down there because I don't really have any other ideas as far as different symbols, or there's already going to be the two statues that are on the actual inside of the place, so shouldn't really have to do anything on the backdrop itself. I'm just going to continue the bricks. Okay, so now we got the lower section. Carry them across. It's always funny to see when I'm doing parallel lines like this. I'm referencing each line next to each other, but it'll slightly skew as I'm going down the line. So I can already tell it was slightly off, and that's why I brought this line just a little bit more down and then straighten this one and so on. But if I let it skew too much, then when I get to the bottom, you'll see like a ramp up. Like it'll be way wider over here and then tiny on that side. So gotta avoid doing that. Come down here, make that as parallel as possible, and then fill that in the center point there, and come back in and do the 1/2 inch markings for the smaller bricks. So yeah, man, it shouldn't look too bad, but it's going to be a little bit boring by just having brickwork on the inside. That's okay. Again, it's getting covered up by Minas Tirith, so the set is going to be the interesting part and not the inner part of the backdrop. The edges will be what give it the environment, but it doesn't need any more than that. And again, when I want to show somebody the set and spin it around, then I'll remove the backdrop and show them what's there, and then I'll do then I'll flip the set around is what I mean. I just feel very brain dead lately. Don't know how to describe it. I don't know if anybody else is having the same issue. It seems like a lot of people that I've talked to almost are going through the same thing, but do you guys feel like more low energy lately and just tired? And I know that could definitely be something for me getting older and just age, but it seems like it's happening to everybody of all ages. Like I just feel more exhausted usual or than usual, man. And Gambit, you said you'll be looking forward to seeing the final reveal when I have it placed behind Minas Tirith. Thank you. And you also said I get brain dead all the time. Yeah. And other than the normal brain dead, where it's just like fogginess or um, you just feel like you don't remember something, I don't know. It just feels like way worse lately. And I don't know what it is. All right, so I'm going to have some of those centered and the other ones skewed. But I'm going to pick my size of the brick here. Honestly, kind of match the shape of this top section here, so that works out. But then these will be in the middle. Yeah, that works out pretty decent. And we'll have some going this way. There we are. Okay, so hopefully that's pretty easy to follow what's going on. Hopefully I don't have my head poking into the shot at all. I don't think I do, but sorry if I'm blocking anything, guys. It'll be more like that, and then we have that and that. Cool. Looks pretty good. So yeah, I'm not as concerned about like this upper half because there's not very much there, but obviously we have these big open rectangles that are going to be a little boring with the brick. And I know I'm being redundant with explaining that, but it's because it keeps popping up in my mind like, oh, this isn't going to look so great, but it is what it is. Yeah, why does that? There we go. And then some of these areas will be a little difficult without having a brick above it to reference. Okay, that'll be easier. Does that line up okay? Sure does. Should be able to do this now. Make sure that looks okay from an angle. Yep. You don't want your brickwork looking like it's like all jagged. So I was making sure all of these went at a good angle. It looks roughly like a 45-degree angle like it should be. That can get really out of skew very quickly. I gotta put this one here-ish. Hold on a second, this would be like that. I would make this right here. Okay. Sorry for me talking to myself, guys. Gotta just, I guess, talk out loud for me to figure some things out in my head as I'm visualizing it. Let's see if I'm missing anything here. Doesn't look like it. Appreciate you guys chipping in though. That's way different for me not being able to listen to music. Obviously, I don't want to have my live stream like copyrighted or not that I need to monetize any of my live streams in the future. I'm not necessarily that I'm planning on it or not planning on it, but I haven't given it thought. I don't even know if you can, truthfully. But obviously, I can't have any music playing that's going to get me in trouble. So the only thing that could end up happening at some point, which is why I do need to soundproof uh, the room that I'm working in as much as possible, is that people could be driving by in their cars and really loudly have some music going that you can hear in the background. So um, who knows, I might have to go into YouTube Studio and like mute a small portion of it after I've uploaded the thing public, but I don't anticipate having to worry about that very often. I know there's this one guy in general that does go by in like a motorcycle or a Harley or something where he plays his music super loud, but uh, it'd probably be muffled enough to where you're not actually hearing lyrics. Hopefully the AI wouldn't catch exactly what song it was, but again, not exactly something I have to worry about. Yeah, with the bricks being centered, obviously there should be a very similar look to each side. So I can tell that I have skewed it a little bit. I do want to at least try and make that a little similar. So I'm going to bring these in a tiny, tiny bit. There we go. Erase the back side of that, or most of the line in some areas if I accidentally do. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. Being good at streaming, you also have to, keep people entertained and be talking a lot. So that's why I'm almost second guessing how good of an idea it is to do artwork live streams, because I'm terrible at talking when I'm doing it. So uh, if there is a better way for me to do it, I might have to do some research and see how other people are doing their artwork live streams, because I know there's other people that still do for sure. Um, but I'm new to the game, so gotta find some new ways to go about it, I guess. There we are. So yeah, anything up top doesn't matter too much, because now, yeah, I guess that still follows the same thing. It needs to be brought in a tiny bit here, but not enough to where it's going to be noticeable at that small section. Now I should be able to transition this over a little bit more. And I think to make this a little bit more interesting, usually you have the different style or like a different texture of the brick around the outer section of like an archway or whatever else. So I'll probably do that, where some of these on the edge are darker or lighter than the rest of the bricks. All right, that's much better. So now this should kind of match the other side. Is that in the same? Well, no. It's in the opposite one, but I don't know if that'll matter. Man. Sound like a cough and a sneeze combined. And Gambit, you said I can't really hear much of any other noises coming through the live stream. Well, maybe an ankle creak every once in a while. And thanks, Gambit. Appreciate you. I swear, legitimately, that was actually a cough more so than anything. But all the time, I get bless you when I cough, and it's for whatever reason my cough sounds very similar to a sneeze. But people do that to me all the time, and I'm just like, well, I don't know if that really applies, but I appreciate it. I'm also very confused because if this is centered and I'm doing the bricks along, then realistically, if this doorway is centered, then these should be on this side and not the opposite. So I'm going to try something else. I'm actually going to, it's a little frustrating, but I'm going to go ahead and do it just to make sure that I'm not messing up my artwork in some way. Better to change this now than later. That's the main thing. Okay, so what I really need, they were at the same distance as the other side, but I need them to be equal as well, or on the same plane. I'm changing where they're at. Hopefully this matches up at the top, because it should. If they're equal bricks, they should match at the top, but I don't know why they're not. So this line would be here, and then it seems like the next brick would line up right here. So I don't know why that line, it's like it flipped somewhere, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Like this one's correct, and then we have another kind of half one in there, but that should stop there. And this should be, man, I guess this should go to here, realistically. And they should bump over a little bit more. It's almost correct. It's just very weird how that's lining up. So that would be here. Yeah, like if this was, that would be where another brick is, then this line should not be here. It should be right here. Man, how did I mess this up? This line would be here, here, and here. Is that really how far apart that is? And then I have this here. That doesn't look right. See, these little types of things can really mess me up, because then you just start drawing more and more and more, and then it makes it more of a mess, and you can't even tell what's going on at that point. So now I have to backtrack. There's no other way, unfortunately. I really don't know how that doesn't line up. If these are even here, if this is the same 7-inch width, 3.5 on each side, and if I'm drawing these in a very similar manner on each side, these should realistically line up in a proper way, but they're just not wanting to. And it's making it hard for me to even interact with the chat or talk to you guys or anything. Okay, so that's where it should realistically be. Same with these. So make sure these are all in the right spot, because that's where they're going to end up going. That's redundant. Anyway. Alright, got the same on both sides, aside from this. Okay, so now, yeah, both sides should look the same there. But now it's a matter of like why they're not lining up in the middle. This seems like a pretty good 45-degree angle, and so does this. But somewhere over here it falls flat to where this portion doesn't like me. But maybe if I just follow through with the shape of where these go, for example, should be roughly here, there, and there. Okay. Let's see, does this line up? Yeah, I guess it does now. Okay. There we go. That just took forever. Now we got something that makes a little more sense. Okay. Fixed as best as I can. It'll be like here. There. Okay. Here, there, and everywhere. I think that's what I did, is I just made this too small. It was supposed to be a full brick, but I think we've got it at this point. And I could use this to do some other type of arch here, but again, I really don't want to do that because I don't know what to draw on the corners. Unless you guys have any ideas. And he said, we really don't say anything to people when they cough. I wonder why it's only when someone sneezes. That is a good point. And I was making sure that there wasn't, for whatever reason, a term that I was completely missing out on, but yeah, it is weird how there's not a term for it. Or I guess you could interchangeably use the same thing. Just depends on what most people think. Awesome. So now, all right, what do you guys think? Should I make a couple more archways here, or should I leave that area alone and just do brick? I feel like I'm going to be wasting a lot of space if I do that. But if I open it back up, then there'll be at least something there that's interesting. Especially if I did this, for example, if I made that the thickness going up, I think that looks about right. And you got about 2 bricks on each side. And I know for sure that's not even what it would look like on the inner part of the set, but yeah, I could go about it that way. And then really the only way to do the arch, I could do it to where it like, yeah, I guess I could have something that goes this way as opposed to actually having it like this. I kind of like it, but I'm not sure. I wouldn't know what to do for that portion if I did that. And then I would almost want this side to have an equal amount of bricks here. And then the problem with that is I would be cutting into the arch from the side if I did it that way. So that's why I would have to, if anything, have a really narrow arch on this side. Have it kind of end, I guess, about right there. Like, does that look good? I don't know if you guys can see that very well. I don't know if it's, I don't see like a problem with it, but I also don't know what to do in that intersection. But then again, I don't have anything planned for that, so I'm just gonna call that what I do. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about all of those lines. Apologies for the noise of the eraser there. It makes me wonder if even sometimes noises like that are louder than my speaking for the stream. And you said a banner would look good, which yeah. The only issue is that if I put a banner on the wall, what am I going to put on the banner? Another tree of Gondor on both sides? I don't want to have 3 trees of Gondor. It would seem a little bit overkill. Plus, on the inside of the actual Lego set, you've got the statues that are roughly kind of in that area, a little bit differently placed, but yeah, I think for now it's probably the best bet is just doing it like this, but I'm going to see what this is like. Roughly 3 inches, 3 1/4 inches. what is this? 1.5, 1.5. Okay, so 3.25. That'll go to about here. And then we have it stopping at this brick. So I'd go up here. And it starts to curve about there. All right. I mean, I'm sure that's, other than the design of whatever model they would have made for the Lord of the Rings movie. I don't know if they would have actually shaped it like this on the inside of Minas Tirith, since it's kind of the shape of the citadel is on the outside of the mountain, so it doesn't actually have this other than the very top part up there. So um, I wonder what would actually make sense as far as I don't know if there's a whole bunch of floors that are on the inside, or if it's just the retaining walls or the different walls that have the the main structures of the interior. I don't know if there's any like cave systems or stuff like that. I don't know if that actually makes sense for the way I described it. Okay, I'm gonna get this stuff out of the way. Erase all of that. And I think the more that I'm looking at, having the brickwork and then the shaping of the tree and these large areas on the inside that I'm going to need to fill in some way. I was anticipating doing the tree a dark color and then having everything light on the inside, but what I'm probably going to do now is having the lighter, like the white or light gray bricks, and then probably the tree will be a white or a light gray, more than likely just like the white of the paper. And so then everything here will probably be a really dark contrasting color, so that it'll look a lot better. All right, so I need to continue on with the shape of the bricks, but I want to make sure I'm not doing it wrong again. So I apologize if I get very quiet here. So make sure it's lining up right. One more there. Yeah. Okay, so this side's almost done. That's there. We have one here and here. And that's there. Okay, yeah, that'll work because that lines up with the side of the door there. And the other one, how far off is that out of here? Yeah, you won't be able to see like any of that. It'll be pretty much on the inside, right about there. Trace that line up. Okay. More here. Now we're talking. It's very satisfying when you start from nothing and you're working on something, even if it gets messy along the way and you think it's not going to look good and you got to backtrack stuff, which definitely has happened a couple times here. Excuse me. Now that things are coming together and you're seeing more of a full scope of what the end result's going to be, that's the satisfying part where you're like, oh yeah, now I can actually kind of visualize what its end result is going to be like. But yeah, I'm totally cool with some of these bricks being, um, it'll look like they're not perfectly cut, um, which of course, if this was something from the Lord of the Rings uh, lore and everything, and like from Middle Earth, they wouldn't have machine cut stuff. So it's definitely a lot nicer having the ability to not worry about the exact lines where the bricks are. I think this translates pretty well for what it is. And he said, what about some sort of offensive structure like an urn? Yeah, oh yeah, that could be a good idea. Um, and as far as an urn goes, oh, and also let me read your other thing. You said the banner could have stylized vines. What does the banner have that Arlen is carrying? Well, her banner has the tree, but then it has kind of what you're describing. It's almost like a vine-like tribal looking or like an elven looking uh, symbol at the very bottom portion of the banner. But I didn't really want to add that at the bottom of the tree here. And I could do that on the sides, but um, we'll see. It depends on that one. I don't want to go too crazy with the amount of detail on the inside just because it's, again, it's getting covered up. So the tree is the main thing that I think matters to me. That was my initial uh, plan plan B for the idea of the inside, but I wasn't sure exactly how this stuff was going to go. I kind of had the thought this might be what ends up happening, um, because with the triangular shape, you really got to figure out and fill out the bulk of that. Okay, there we go. Awesome. Almost towards the end here. Not of the stream, but of the sketch. I will double check here to see how long we're running for the stream and decide whether or not it's worth doing anything after the inking process. If I really wanted to go for like a full 8.5, 9 hour stream, then I might be able to complete everything here, including the alcohol markers and stuff, and then have it be a finished product. But more than likely, what's going to happen is that I'll um, finish this on Monday because I work all day tomorrow, and then Sunday is a little bit shorter of a shift, but it's still taking up a good portion of my day, so not able to really do a stream after that. I'll be home at roughly 6 p.m. or 5:30. Um, but as far as the next time I can stream, it would be Monday coming up, so uh, that would be my next day off. And doing all of the inking in one go is probably, regardless if it's for one stream or two streams, I don't want to do like some of the inking tonight and then resume it later because um, I can show more of the markers here soon, but there's all sorts of shades to where if I can't remember exactly what I placed down from a few days prior, it's going to be a little hard to um, tie it back in, which on the outside won't be an issue, but on the inside, if I have discoloration going on, it would suck if I've gotten through, all of these bricks and then the other half of it looks a completely different color. I want to avoid that happening. So usually I don't have any trouble with that in my artwork, but every now and then it can be a little bit of a struggle. So I try to make it as easy as possible for myself and not have too many issues that could pop up throughout, or try to avoid having issues, which of course is ideal. All right, so I'm going to step back and look at this too. And I do like that I've got the think it would be kind of similar on this side. You'd see the very edge of that. Should be exactly the same there, so that works out. Yeah, okay. And again, the outer portion that I have drawn here is going to disappear, but the rocky formation going around, I am going to darken that a bit so you guys can actually see. I'm sure you mostly can from the shape of any or everything anyway, but just a little better here. Oh man, I don't want to put my, I don't know if you guys can see that. That's what happens when you work with graphite and you're putting your hands all over everything. There are cloth things that you can wear on your hand to avoid getting the oils of your hand mixed into it, which is how it spreads more. But even having a cloth or something, the cloth can kind of spread it around. Okay, we'll do that. Make it more organic looking. Have some of these be less Minecraft block looking and more like just jagged parts of the structure. I don't know if that makes a whole lot of sense, but to me it does. All right, now you guys can probably see that odd shaping of where it's not symmetrical. It doesn't line up on both sides, but yeah, now you can at least very well see the interior that's going to be behind Minas Tirith. And of course you can't really see much of anything else on the outside, but this up here I'm going to darken. That is the only part right there. That's the skyline. So lots of mountain behind it. And everything else is not important for me to darken because I'll figure that out as I go when I'm inking and doing a lot of the alcohol-based markers. I'll fill in a lot of the different shading of the rock faces. All right, what do we got here? Banner could have stylized vines, like you said, and you said it's looking good, Gambit. Thank you. I appreciate you. Doing the whole 3 opening thing did grow on me a little bit towards the end there. I wasn't sure if that was going to look good or not, but I do like it. So I'm going to run out of the room one more time briefly, just make sure my dogs are doing okay, which I think they're just chilling, relaxing. So shouldn't be an issue. I'll be back in about 30 seconds, guys. Appreciate your patience. All right, and we're back. Also, thank you to anyone else who has joined in recently. I know I saw a 4th viewer before I left, so maybe they left as I was, but not a problem. I think looking at the time, it's about 6:45 right now, and we are 3 3/4, or 3 hours 45 minutes roughly into the stream. So definitely not as long as I thought it was going to be going for, at least to get the sketch done. I thought maybe it'd take like 4 or 5 hours, which roughly it is 4, but closer to 5. So now I'm just going to grab the Micron pen here and we're going to start inking. But where I was going with that is I think I'm going to ink the entire thing, and then we'll probably be at roughly a 6 hour stream. And then we'll do another 6 to 8 hour stream on Monday for all of the alcohol based marker. So it'll be easier to see what's going on by the end of today. But other than that, we'll get the coloring filled in on Monday. One thing I am going to do, just to set out the background, or set apart the background a little bit more, the different layers, we're going to use a Sharpie for this line up here. Oh, that's a terrible Sharpie. I thought I had a good one picked out, but apparently not. It could be the paper too. It might be not taking to it very well, but this is a industrial super strength Sharpie. So if this doesn't do it, then it's definitely the paper having trouble, which I hope that's not the case. Doesn't seem like it. Okay, there we go. Just gonna make a bit of a jagged rock formation up here. Literally don't have to perfectly follow the pencil lines. In fact, it's better that I don't, because then I add more detail with the jaggedness and everything. But yeah, we're going to make this a little bit thicker. Same thing with the lines here and the archways, and then probably the, well, maybe the tree. We'll see. That rhymed. Anyway, so now we have the skyline there, and the top portion of the mountain marked out. I was mixing both of those words together. But we're going to go ahead and mark this out too. Again, not following the lines completely, following close to them, but if I want to add a little jut out or jut in on a different spot, I can certainly do that. Like here, I'm going to make this a little thicker, bring it in towards the arch a little more, make it look less less like it's following the straight line out here, which, I mean, you're going to see that regardless, but it won't be as bad if I break it up with more chunks like that. I can bring that down a little bit, make the corner a little bit more broken out looking. It's not supposed to be broken out looking, it's supposed to look like it's being covered by the edge of the rock line, I guess. If for some reason this does go very quickly though, then I might do the whole drawing today. We'll see. But I think that the inking, especially if I get really into that, if I do all of it tonight, then it would end up being like a 10 or a 12-hour stream. And I don't want to get too close to that point ever, because I know that when you go over 12 hours for a stream, I believe, unless it is 8, but I think it's, yeah, no. I did the 9-hour stream, so I'm not worried about that. I think for a 12-hour though, it does sometimes have trouble archiving the full thing, so you don't want to mess with having a live stream that long, unless you're doing like Twitch or something. On YouTube, it's probably a bit different. Since I didn't even know about a lot with streaming before starting the Minas Tirith build, I don't even know the differences between streaming platforms, so I could just be completely falsely talking, but that's why I try not to share my opinion too much unless I'm very, very confident that I'm correct on something. Unfortunately, with I think I've brought this up in one of my previous Minas Tirith live streams, but there was at some point a person, since I re-upload all of my shorts on TikTok just to get some more followers from a different platform to head over to YouTube. I don't like, since I'm just doing the shorts on there, I don't have any of the full-length videos or anything, obviously. So they would have to come over to my YouTube channel to watch that. That's kind of my uh, method for that. But anyway, I've had multiple people, but a couple in general who have like really dug into it, um, argued with me about specific things, or where something that I said didn't make sense to them, and or this is completely different, but people have said like, oh, what about this minifigure? You forgot about this. And I just don't like when people assume that I didn't do my research correctly, or that I'm not knowledgeable about a specific thing, because when it comes to Lego stuff, I feel like I have pretty good knowledge about it. There's definitely things that I'm going to be wrong about here and there, but especially because with a lot of the shorts that I do, I don't have like a a memory bank where I'm just like, oh yeah, this figure comes from this set and it came out in this year and it's worth this much. I have to look all that stuff up as I'm creating the short. So I'm I'm also like rechecking everything, making sure that I'm not wrong. And a lot of the time I don't even know about a specific thing unless I look it up. So um, it's funny to me when people are just like, yeah, you missed this minifigure, and it's like, no, I chose not to include it with that video because it didn't make sense to me to do that. Um, for example, there's the Marvel figures that are from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and then there's also the Marvel figures that are based off of the comics more so. Um, Especially with Spider-Man, there's going to be the MCU Spider-Man, and then there's going to be the comic Spider-Man sets. And with me doing a lot of the early Sam Raimi Spider-Man figures, which I have all of them now, but I've been working on uh, collecting some of the last few, to where I had to kind of prioritize which ones I was filming first. And I've had people be like, yeah, no, that one's, you forgot about this version or this version. And they've literally been from, uh, like, I've done a second minifigure comparison for the Spider-Man minifigures. Um, so there's three in one video and then two in the other. And people were like saying that I forgot about different ones of the three that I had already included in my other video. So that's not, excuse me, not fun when people are, like, I understand people aren't going to always scroll back in my channel and make sure that I have covered a certain figure. So it makes sense why they're vocalizing that, but, or at least, putting it online and saying something. But I I still wish people would do a little bit more of their own research, and or think a little bit more before they say something, because we all know the term like think before you speak, and it's definitely something wise to go by, honestly, because there are a lot of things in this life where if you just speak out of turn, you're either going to make yourself look stupid or ignorant, or um, not that you're necessarily going to make people not like you, but if you say something that's really out of line, obviously there's people who are going to be turned off by that and maybe not like you as much as they used to. So that's why I have to be careful about some of the ways I go about correcting people in the comments, because I don't need to be correct. It's not like I'm doing it for a need, but I also, because I'm doing my videos, I'm doing them both for entertainment and education. So if people are trying to claim that I'm spreading misinformation or that I forgot about something, it is, you know, something where I want to correct them and say, hey, like I did think about this, or uh, this is actually how this goes, or whatever else. So anyway, no need to elaborate on that further, but I just find that interesting when people will the best term that I can use without, hopefully this doesn't offend anybody, but the main character energy that is very prevalent these days, I get a little, sorry, I get a little fatigued by it here and there. So um, I don't know if there's really any of the people who have made comments like that who are going to actively watch my live streams, but uh, if for some reason that is the case and you're watching right now and I have uh, responded to you in a comment and maybe come across a little more uh, passive aggressive, I do apologize. It's more so that you can't really read the attitude or mood through uh, like a type message. Obviously, seeing somebody's facial expressions and their mannerisms and their tone of voice is going to tell you a lot more in person. But uh, yeah, that's the interesting thing about the internet. Anyway, we've got most of the dark outline done here, so now I'm gonna roll in with the 8 micron pen here. I forget exactly what it would be referred to as. Is it 8 millimeter? Well, no, it's not. It's a 0.5 millimeter or 0.50 millimeter. So I don't know exactly why they call it an 8, but it's definitely not that wide. So, okay, now none of this stuff will matter because all of it's going to end up getting erased. The main stuff that does is going to be the brickwork and then some of the jaggedy lines from up above. So, oh, what am I doing? I'm definitely not done with this yet. I still have to do the the other arch. I wasn't paying enough attention there. And I think honestly, with having this stuff as outlined as it is, I might go ahead and just do the tree in the same way. Still debating that in my head right now because I don't want to overdo it with the really thick, bold lines. But these are mainly for the parts of the drawing where it's supposed to be very defined on where the depth changes. Okay, then we get the center up here, and we'll arc to it on both sides. It's always the right side of an arch that throws me off because, again, being right-handed and having to do a right-sided arch, my hand kind of gets in the way to change the angle of it. There we go. Might be a little skewed on that side, but that's okay. I think from a distance it's probably not too noticeable, but I can tell that they're not perfect. That's just me. All right. Well, yeah, it's also really cool being able to see the shaping of Minas Tirith like that, the different tiers that aren't symmetrical. So sorry about that noise in the background. I've left a couple notes around for my family members saying, "Hey, be quiet on the first floor." That's where I am right now, but my brother is turning on the water to the hose outside, and it's just very loud when he's opening up the faucet. So that's what you guys might have just heard. Yeah, apologies for that. I'm gonna go ahead and catch up with some more of the live chat now. Not as much live anymore, but sorry. Let's see. Yeah, but you said, can you do a test on another piece of paper to make sure the ink won't run when you use the alcohol pens? Well, here's the issue with that. So, in order to get a large enough size paper, I went to the hobby store and surprisingly, this would have been like $10 for this piece of paper, but they had everything marked on clearance, and it was like 97 cents. So it was a really good deal. But because I bought it and it's a different type of paper, I don't have more of it unless I clipped some off from the side, and I'm not going to do that. So I'm not worried in any way that the alcohol markers are going to have an issue. Worst case scenario, because this is a thicker paper, because of it being watercolor media paper or like multimedia, it's probably going to absorb a lot more of the marker. So I just need to be careful not to have the marker or the felt tip absorbing way too much and like holding it there for too long. I just need to kind of move along as I'm doing the lines and the streaks. So, yeah. And then Gambit, you said, I think most of us get a little fatigued by the main character mentality. Yeah, I would say you're probably right on that. Um, I'm sure there's people that don't like to admit that they experience it, or I'm sure there's people that have it and they don't think they do. But oh yeah, it's there. Okay, so let's see. I'm just gonna grab some more water here, or carbonated water. It's a peach flavored sparkling water. All right. One second. I actually got to run out of the room one more moment here. Be right back. Goodness. I'm knocking things down. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. I just wanted to make sure that the stuff going on outside isn't going to be more of an issue. Okay. The thing that I'm like not worried about, but I'm anticipating that this is going to look really thin compared to the Sharpie line, so I don't want to have to do everything in Sharpie. That's the main thing. So we're just going to start from the top and make a line over. Another thing that I don't remember for sure is how good of condition this micron pen is actually in. It might be starting to die out, so if it dies out at any point, I'll have to see if I have a close thickness, or um, just kind of have to double up with one of the other ones. I don't want to have to do that. I'm already kind of having to with this one. Man. I'm sure part of it's because I'm having to lean forward a little bit, and hopefully my head isn't showing through, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. Thank you guys for your patience whenever I'm stepping out of the room. I know it's not for very long, but I hate to leave dead space in the stream. Man, this is really taking a lot. Part of it, yeah, it's definitely the leaning forward aspect. I have to angle this down a little bit better. There we go. But yeah, I'm going for purposely not exactly perfect lines. I want it to be more organic looking. Look like broken up bricks. Well, not the bricks themselves, but again, like rock face that's overlapping some bricks that are set into it. Man, yeah, I'm doing too much of an angle on the side of it, and I need to be facing down more. So once it gets closer to me, it shouldn't be as much of an issue, but I am worried I'm going to have to flip it upside down for some of the stuff up top. Because if even this is a challenge, good luck reaching all that stuff. But yeah, I'm kind of liking how the way that I have to thicken the line here is making it a little bit more jagged and less of a straight line. It's working out in the way that I wanted it, I guess. But I am pretty badly smearing my hand across the tree in the center, so I need to not do that as much. Okay. And Gambit, you said, yeah, I was just afraid it might bleed. Which, one thing I will say about the alcohol-based markers is that I'm drawing a blank if you've ever used any before, but the some of the darker markers that have more of a saturated color, um, the consistency can be a little bit more liquid, which I mean, it already is an ink, so it's pretty liquidy, but it can run easier. So I've definitely have some instances in the past with doing my backdrops where there was like a little bit of a bleed, and it didn't cause any issues. It was able to be kind of hidden, but yeah, it can happen with some of the darker colors, that's for sure. Um, I don't think it'll be an issue with this type of paper because I think it's just going to absorb it a lot since it's kind of made for that. Um, I just hope it doesn't absorb too much of it to where it's kind of hard to get colored down. I don't think that will be the case. I think it'll really easily capture it, but I don't think I'm going to have any like actual bleeding issues. All right, yeah, definitely getting a little easier as I get closer to my body here. Oh man, I think he's turning the water off now. That's why that was so loud. There we go. Yeah, this is my largest backdrop for sure. So it's I don't remember exactly how long the other ones that I've done are, but I've definitely done like a 9 hour backdrop. I know that for sure. I believe it was my Avengers Quinjet backdrop. That one was like 9. Could have been a little bit more though. For some reason, these don't look like they're matching up, but they are. I'm going to look up top too. If anything, it might be slightly skewed, but not badly. And actually, I do really like the thickness compared to the Sharpie. It looks good. So sometimes I always learn this the hard way, and it's because I second guess myself, or maybe I just have too much anxiety from overthinking. But uh, I'll really give something some thought, or like wait for the anticipation of starting it. It bothers me of like, am I going to mess this up and then have to restart, or is it going to be something that I really don't like? So then I have to figure out how to work around it, or like make do with it. So um, yeah, for something this large, it's always a worry in the back of my mind of, am I going to have to completely restart this? Which I've been doing artwork for so long now that that feeling has gone away way, way, way more. But even with stuff recently, like my Bionicle masks, um, there was a mask like last week that I was drawing for the next one up, or I have a couple set up before I post them. So um, I believe it was the one that I ended up posting today. I did the wrong color, and it was one that I basically skipped over um, a mask that I was supposed to do and thought the next color was up. So I drew a full Bionicle mask, and then when I got to the end of it, I was like, I already did this mask. And it was like 20 shorts ago or something like that, where I had already done the one that I had tried to draw. So, well, not tried, I fully drew it. But um, once I realized, I was like, you know what, I'm going to call it a night and do it tomorrow. So, most of the time when I'm doing my Bionicle masks, I film them at about midnight. It's just a little easier for me when there's not commotion going on around the house, and everybody's either toning it down for the night or going to bed. Um, and that way I don't have to worry about any, even though I'm not including audio for my Bionicle mask drawings, and I'm just putting music over it. Um, it's it's easier to concentrate, I guess, when it's a nice quiet night. Kind of like right now, you know, my family members are home and they're doing stuff, but they're not um, as active as if it was like noon or 3 p.m. when I first started the stream. Yeah, once I start actually doing the brick pattern and not just the stacked lines, then it's going to start looking real good. I'm trying to bring both sides down on the same level before I do like all one and then all the other. I need to tilt this up a little bit more. There we go. And Gambit, you said to avoid smearing the graphite of the tree on your hands, you can put a blank piece of paper, which, yes, I did know that too. And there's also the cloth tool that artists use. But to tell you the truth, like, even though I know some of these tools exist, and or a lot of them, I should say, not some of them, there's stuff that, like, I just don't personally care to use it, or it doesn't really affect me when I don't. When I was younger, I used to blend with my fingertip rather than with one of the, I'm drawing a blank what they're called, it starts with like a P or something like that, or like the T maybe, the uh, cone shaped things that they're almost like a pencil but made out of paper. I don't know why I can't remember the term for that. Yeah, I think they do start with a T actually, but I could be wrong. Anyway, the blending stumps, I guess, is what they're also referred to as. Um, I don't always use those either. Like, I just, um, even though I know they exist as a tool and that they're helpful, there's been times where I've just used like a piece of paper towel to blend something together, or sometimes I do go back to using my finger, even though that's not the best since you can spread your uh, oil from your hands or your fingertips to the drawing. You don't want to do that too often, but uh, I even used to just use like a mechanical pencil to do some of my drawings rather than um, using different thicknesses or density, I guess, of the pencils. So like the HB, 2H, blah blah blah, so on. I don't use those very often for whatever reason. Even doing this drawing here, I just use the thing that's like a combination between a mechanical and a regular pencil. You just still have to sharpen the lead, but yeah, I just, it's not like I'm choosing purposely to not use those things because I don't like them. It's just like my own personal preferences of uh, the method in which I create artwork. I've never really worried too much about using any crazy tools or techniques that make things faster. I guess not that I'm trying to brag in any way, but I always prefer doing things the hard way. It just kind of helps me understand more of the process, and then you can, when you do something the hard way, then you can really understand why it's easy a different way. Otherwise, if you just know the easy method as your default, there's also a lot of disadvantages to that, because you're not going to think, oh, what would have been the method aside from having this tool. So I always kind of start with a method, or a method that's organic as possible, and um, that's why I'm doing stuff like the brickwork here, just freehanding all of the lines. I'm decent enough at keeping things parallel and um, straight enough to where it's uh, close to being like ruler straight lines, but also not uh, perfect either. So, like, if, for example, you guys can obviously tell that I'm, other than using the ruler to space out where the lines were, like thickness wise, I mean, you guys can see. you know, I'm not using a ruler, but it's close enough to what a straight line would be. So that is something that I've, you know, that's a huge advantage to have gained over the years. Um, don't have to worry about using a ruler all the time. So the people who always use a ruler, I hate to say it, but they have a little bit of a disadvantage because doing it freehand is uh, it saves you a lot more time when you're not having to line up and make sure like, okay, this one, and now it's parallel this one and trace, parallel with that one and trace, which yeah, you're getting the line across from one end to the other a little bit faster. Um, but to me, that's not really the point of artwork. It's about the end result, and yeah, it matters in some ways how you got that end result, but um, that's also what makes different artists have different qualities when they have all different types of methods that they use. Obviously, that it sounds like a um, well, I shouldn't put it this way. It sounds like something everybody would know, but at least people that are into artwork or doing art, or they're at least somewhat considering themselves artists, um, more than likely they know about that. So, all right, getting pretty close to being done with the horizontal lines. Definitely liking the look of it so far. I thought maybe the brick would be too much on the inside, but I think it's just about right. Um, I honestly have not dove very much into like color theory. Um, I've studied a few videos on it and did a couple of my own experiments, but um, I don't know like off the top of my head. Like I definitely know really simple things like what value and contrast and shade and hue and all the different vocabulary that ties in with art. I know all the simple stuff, and I know different techniques and methods and mediums, but as far as color theory goes, I haven't really done too much with like knowing what all the tertiary colors, and I just know of that term basically. So um, other than like primary and secondary colors, I I don't really know off the top of my head too much. I'd have to relook stuff up. So other than knowing red, yellow, and blue is primary, and then orange, green, and purple is secondary, I'd have to like really think about it for a minute. Like, oh, what's complementary? What's right across from it on the color wheel? Um, I it's hard to visualize unless I was actually looking at a color wheel and was like, oh, yeah, it's that color. But for example, I guess where I'm going with this is that say I'm doing a painting and mixing up a shade of a color. I've never, well, I shouldn't say I've never, I've barely done anything with oil paints, and I've done enough with like acrylic paints to where mixing colors together is easy enough for me, but sometimes I have to really dial it in towards the end of trying to match something. But um, it's one of those things where I don't really think too much about like, oh, you need this much or like this percentage and this percentage of two different colors mixed will make this color. It's more of just like I have a oh oh sorry about that, guys. That was my phone recognizing that I was just talking. Luckily, it didn't like stop the stream or anything like that. But that was like my I have a Samsung S25, so it was like a Bixby going off, which hopefully no. Go away. I just activated it again. Okay, I'm not going to say that, and we should be good. Also, I'm noticing this line went a little too far up, but that's okay. We'll fix it with the next line. That's part of being an artist too, is knowing how to tie in some of your mistakes to a drawing and working around different fixes. And again, but let's see, I'll catch up with you in chat here. You said According to the internet, a blending stick is most commonly called a tortillion. Yep, I knew it started with a T. Yeah, the tortillions, exactly. And, or a blending stump. Both terms refer to a cylindrical drawing tool used to smudge and blend and soften marks made with charcoal graphite. Uh, I don't know if I've ever heard of Conte or uh, I don't know if that's pronounced any differently. That's the best I can do. Conte, crayon, pencil, or pastel. Um, I don't know if maybe that's just like an auto-corrected word that popped up. If not, if that's an actual term, I've never heard of that before. But anyway, I've never had to think too hard about mixing colors together. It's more of like um, an educated guess of what I think will be really close mixing something. And then when you dial it in by adding other colors, it's more of like a formula where that percentage goes down and down and down. Like, say you mix it the first time and it's like, oh, it's only 50% accurate. It's not really that close. Then you add a different color and it's like, okay, now it's like 80% accurate. And then you mix a little more and okay, now it's 95% accurate. So doing that over and over again, then you really get used to how much um, color that you need to add, or of course you can't subtract it, but to neutralize it. Same type of thing with like cooking or baking, where not everybody, it's honestly better when people don't, but um, you don't necessarily have to use measuring cups or uh, any type of measuring devices to cook something or to bake something. If you just kind of know by eye by doing it so much, then it doesn't really apply anymore. There we go. But that's pretty much how I got good at doing the straighter lines, is that I just drew a lot of parallel lines and a lot of straight lines growing up, either doing little sketches or doodling something, or which I know that kind of goes hand in hand, but um, there is actually, you know, I'll talk about that for a second. Um, I knew in the back of my mind there was a difference, but I didn't know a good explanation for it until recently. That there's a difference between doodling and sketching. And when you're doodling, you're just kind of aimlessly drawing to where it becomes something as you go. But when you're sketching something, you have an end goal in mind. So you're either copying, or maybe not copying, but you're using a reference drawing and you have an end goal of like what you want it to kind of look like, which is what I did today. I wanted it to be the mountainscape in the background, and I wanted there to be something that ties in the positioning of where Minas Tirith is going to be. Um, but I didn't know exactly what it was going to look like, of course. So, yeah, that's where was I go? Oh, that's the main difference between sketching and doodling, is that doodling is more of a free form, don't care what you end up with, you're just kind of doing it as you're doing it. But sketching, even if it's not like you're completing a full drawing, just like the sketch under here isn't the complete drawing before the ink and the um, or I keep wanting to say acrylic, the alcohol-based markers. Those are what will finish off the final product, but the sketch itself was at least intentional for getting it to that point. So, yeah, didn't mean to randomly give a little education thing. Well, I mean, technically, I do mean to do that, and I do want to do that more often. Um, but it's just kind of silly when I'm talking to one or two viewers who also know a decent amount of our artwork. So there's that. All right, so we got all of the horizontal lines now, and some of them might not be perfect, but that's exactly what we're going for. Okay, I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything in chat here, and hopefully I don't activate the thing again. No. But yeah, we're going on 4.5 hours, so yeah, by the time it'll be like 5.5 hours or so by the time we're done inking and doing some finishing touches to the portion of today's stream. But again, unless I finish the rest of the inking here in the next like hour, I would say I'm probably not going to attempt. Which that's a bad thing to say because I feel like it is going to be roughly an hour, maybe an hour and a half that it takes me to do the rest of the inking. But again, I don't really want to start um, putting the alcohol-based markers down and not finish it if I do. There we go. Okay, so now because I'm doing the vertical lines, I can easily go back and forth on each side. And sorry to be quiet here. I'm also trying to think of some more topics to bring up. I'm finding it a little easier to work on the backdrop and talk when I'm inking because I'm not having to put much thought into what I'm putting down. It's just tracing over my sketched lines for the most part. So yeah, it's not mindless work, but just me paying attention to what I'm setting down. I'm glad that with my YouTube channel, I have like the bionicle masks, and then of course the main uh, selling point for my channel, or like my niche, is that I combine the artwork with the sets, um, which from the very beginning I knew that was gonna allow me to create more artwork more often. Um, but it's been a decent amount of time since I've done just some personal artwork. The last one that I did was maybe I talked about this in a previous stream or one of my 3 previous streams. Um, but I did a chalk pastel of some Maine Coon cats of one of my mom's cousins. They had, well, they currently have 2, and they've had 8 throughout their life. So um, we've got different reference pictures for all 8 of them, and uh, put them all together in one picture. And the more I look back at it, it was a little hard to put together because they were, of course, positioned differently for each of their photos. But um, it's hard for me to, I'll put it this way, it's hard for me to visualize what something is supposed to look like if I don't have some type of reference picture for it. So I can't take a picture of a cat and then completely change its posture. I can slightly change, like, the positioning of the head, or uh, the tail, which direction it's going, or some of the other aspects, like the pupils, which direction it's looking, or he or she is looking, and um, stuff like that's somewhat easy to do. But when it comes to, like, oh, I want this cat that's facing to the left to be, and if it's not like a mirror flip to where you can just flip the image and then draw it that way. Um, it's one of those things to where it's like, if you want it to be a completely different pose, then I need to see a completely different picture, if that makes sense. Um, so with doing the Maine Coon cats, I could only position them as best as I could for what the reference photos were. And in doing some of that, it made the final look of all the cats seem a little like staged, or almost like they were set in that position. So not fake looking, and I hate to say that because I don't think that my artwork did look fake. Um, Especially doing realism, I definitely don't think it looked fake. But obviously the cats, the way they are positioned, they wouldn't naturally sit like the way that they were, and it won't make sense without you guys not having a reference or like the picture of the artwork. But I stressed that a little bit, or stressed about that a little bit towards the end of completing it and selling it off. Um, I thought maybe it wasn't my best effort, but it definitely was. I just, as an artist, you get to that point where there's always more that you can do, but you need to know when to call it quits. And I got to that point where I was able to call it quits, but because there was still more that I figured I could work on, adding some more detail to all the fine hairs and um, stuff like that, it bothers you a little bit when the product is finished and sold and the person has it, and then you hear them tell you like, oh yeah, I love it. And even though you might really like it as your own artwork, you might still have those things in the back of your mind where you're like, oh, I'm glad you love it. I guess I didn't like it as much as I thought I would. uh, but yeah, I don't have that issue too often. But I guess where I was going with that is that I haven't done too much of my own like personal or like commission of artwork in quite some time. That was the last one, and it was, you know, within the past couple of years here. So nothing this year, and I don't think I did anything last year either. So I need to get back to that. Okay, nearing the end of all the bricks at least. Oh man. I should definitely finish more of this side before I do any of that. Yeah, we'll do this stuff here. And I'll have to check back in the live chat in a moment and see if I've got anything new from you guys. Mainly Gambit chiming in, but that's always cool. Yeah, not too bad with the smearing here. It shouldn't really affect the inking at all, or the alcohol markers. But I gotta be careful regardless. Yeah, I'm trying not to pay too much attention to it, but my brother that just came down is really not being as quiet as I was hoping. And I understand it's a lot to ask for having a big chunk of the evening for people to be quiet, but I mean, I've been doing YouTube for over 3 years now, and it seems like they would be kind of used to stuff like this at this point, but it always seems like there's some form of a struggle. Nice. Okay, almost there. Everything on the left side. Sorry, I got my dog coughing in the background too. You're all right, Thea? Yeah, she's good. Unfortunately, my one dog, Thea, has some pretty bad teeth, which I hate to say it, but for it being quoted that her cleaning and maybe having a couple teeth pulled would be like over $2,000. I've been working on my own teeth lately and going to the dentist more often, and as much as I want to be able to take care of her and have her not in pain, I haven't noticed her being in like any crazy amount of pain. It doesn't seem like she's that bothered by having somewhat dirty teeth. And I do feel bad that it's not something I immediately want to get taken care of, but for that amount, I can't be doing that all the time. I wouldn't be able to afford anything that I want to do, which again, that sounds pretty morbid saying I would rather not have to take care of my dog properly. But it's also one of those things that, um, depending on people's personal lives and the different aspects of their life, it's sometimes harder in general to take care of financial stuff like a pet, which even some people who do have animals and aren't able to take care of them as best as possible, like I am, unfortunately, um, I still do the best I can. But man, anyway, I'm gonna go too much into that topic when it doesn't really matter that much. It has nothing to do with my artwork here. But yeah, that's just something I think about from time to time. Even though I don't think they were fully star shaped, I think it was more of the cloth texture from the banner in the set. I almost want to make these like the four pointed star shapes, but I'm just not entirely sure. I'm gonna look back at the other image I had here. Let's see if I can even get to it. 1 second, guys. There it is. See if I can't pop it open here and zoom in. A couple of them do look like they're the star shape, so I don't want to, not do that and have it be something that I completely miss. So I'd rather, if anything, have some extra detail than not having the detail at all. But we're gonna change these to like the four pointed stars. Again, sorry for any of the quietness when I'm focusing. I think they'll look a little bit better having some more interesting detail rather than just these little circular dots. But trying to make them at least kind of all face in the same direction. And then once they get to the middle, like this one here will be directly upright. It should be a little bit skewed. There we go. Okay. And I don't need them all to be like the perfect star shape. Again, bringing the word perfect into it, but every time I say that, it makes me think of like Dude Perfect. And just the way that they say that, Dude Perfect. Not that that's like annoying in any way, but I think to me, after seeing a lot of those videos when I was in like high school, I don't want to emulate what they were doing at all. So, I'm not trying to overuse the term, but it keeps happening. I guess that's what I get for naming my channel the Brick Perfectionist. But again, that's mainly for my artwork, which, yeah, I'm working on artwork right now, so that's probably why I'm saying it. So yeah, I'm mainly trying to follow the bottom one being the same direction as where its stem is, or at least closely to that. And if some of them are like slightly bigger than others, that's okay because it'll look like they're twinkling. Then you'll really get some more, maybe not direct actual motion out of it, but it'll be some suggested motion. Mm-hmm. There we go. One more there, and a few more down here. Nice thing is since they're all the same thing on each side, I don't have to worry about flipping the orientation, like since this runs downward rather than upward. I'm really just drawing it the same direction. There we go. Should be all of them. Looks a little better now with having all of those as stars. Nice. Yeah, I'm happy about that. Make sure my stream is still going okay here. Looks like it. All right, what have we got here? So, Gambit, you said I got third place in the county fair for my acrylic painting last month. Very nice. You said I only entered the one painting this year, so I'm all right with placing and getting recognition. That's what's important. And you said some of my worst paintings, or at least I feel they are bad, are ones that other people like and buy. I feel like that's a very common thing for artists. Um, I had a friend of mine who I met at one of the art institutes here in my city, and um, she currently lives in Oregon, I believe, and or Oregon, depending on how you pronounce it. But uh, maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm thinking of the wrong thing because I've been out to Oregon and seen like the hippie fest that they have and a lot of the art related things. But I think she's actually in Missouri, if I'm not mistaken. But she'll like travel into like St. Louis, I believe, and like I could be completely wrong about this. It's been a while since I've talked with her, but when she's sold stuff out on the street, um, she has told me before that it's always stuff that she's like not super fond of. Every once in a while, she'll have a work that she's like, man, I wish I didn't want to sell that, but I do need to make the money for it or whatever else. And um, it'd be kind of hard to get rid of something that you really like and want to keep. Luckily, I haven't really had that problem throughout my artistic career, but um, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna start working on filling in the tree now. Just gotta grab some more water here, and I think I'm gonna run on one more brief bathroom break. I've started drinking coffee again recently, so I feel like I'm going to the bathroom a lot more often, especially because it's been a couple of times so far this stream, and I don't think I really went more than once on the previous longer streams. So definitely correlates. Definitely tracks, I guess is what I was going for. All right, so I'll be right back, guys. Okay, that should hopefully be the last time there, but as I was saying before I started drinking coffee again, and kind of tying back to earlier when I was mentioning that I just feel more exhausted than usual, that's part of the reason why I started drinking coffee again. I just feel kind of lethargic. All right, so this is the more important part as far as getting the lines correct. So I'm going to start with the top center and kind of work my way down on both sides, but definitely need to mirror it each time. Shoot, see, I just washed my hands and they're not wet, but they're just slightly damp and kind of tacky to where it wants to stick to that graphite. All right, so yeah, hopefully my head isn't popping into frame there. I don't think it is, but if so, apologies. Okay, we'll kind of do this. I don't think I'm going to separate that fourth point. I think I'm just going to make the full shape the point like so. So these will actually just curve outward. And again, what I usually do is erase all the pencil after I've finished all the ink, so that's probably what I'm going to do here. And just to make it a little bit more attached, I'm not going to overlap anything, so I'm just going to go straight to the next. So this one kind of has its point facing down, but that's okay. So yeah, it'll connect into the next line there. I don't want anything to have a border line other than the direct outside of it, if that makes sense. So I don't want to draw that little notch there or anything else that would connect. Okay, so from here, make sure I go to the other side. Especially for the time of the evening that we're getting to here, and the point of the drawing that I'm at, I'm 100% at this point. I'm going to stop after the inking, so that way we can start fresh on Monday and not have to worry about any of the alcohol markers being off. And I actually just bought a whole new set of, well, not a whole new set, but some of the different gray tones that I'll need for the drawing, because I know with stuff that I have, not that it's getting to the point of being run out or anything, but this is a bigger drawing, so I don't want to also experience running out of a marker halfway through. It would be very troublesome. But with some of the curved lines on the tree here, it's a little easier to work with the shape of the line and get it excuse me, get it smoother than when I'm doing a straight line. That probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but if you can tell that I'm like kind of scratching each line and not going just like that, like in one motion. Another thing that I've gotten really good at over the years is being able to blend right into a line from where I started and not have to worry about having like a cutoff point or anything where it doesn't meet up with the previous line, if that makes sense. And yeah, some of these aren't meeting up in a symmetrical way, but from what I sketched out, it was close enough to where the end result, you won't notice too much of that unless you're looking into the details. Like these definitely don't match exactly, especially the point coming down on that side, but it does run into the thing on that side. There'll be little inconsistencies, but again, it's kind of what we're going for, because we don't want people to automatically think, oh, someone did this AI. And that's that's the big struggle of being an artist right now, is that there's too much of the AI, and some of it can be really good. Some of it's, sorry, most of it's terrible. I'm tired of all these companies that are being lazy and just creating ads with AI and not trying at all. Um, just it really shows laziness and makes me not want to buy something if that's the case. Like, hey, give give the hardworking artists and graphic designers the pay that they deserve for creating these types of things. Just because you have the ability to do it with the snap of your fingers doesn't mean that it's going to be something people enjoy. Um, but one thing that I will list, and I definitely want to give the creator a shout out here, I'm probably going to have to stop for a moment and look up the channel because I don't want to misspeak. But there's a there's a person that's currently doing um, AI Minecraft videos that are very, very good. Like, it's legitimately what most people would call the true Minecraft movie. Uh, Let me see. Just gotta make sure I look up the right thing. Well, the videos are always called Craft 1979, so it's supposed to be like a late 70s, early 80s rendition of or like a 80s feel to it, essentially, for like a movie. But I want to make sure I find the right. This is somebody else breaking it down, but this is by, I believe, the proper, yeah, Latent Diffusion is the creator. So if you guys haven't seen already, look up Craft 1979, or if you just look up Craft, more than likely it's going to pop up as one of the first suggestions. That, I would say, is an incredibly good use of AI. Definitely that person deserves a round of applause for what they've created, because it's, you can tell that the storyline that they're going for and the references are completely on point. They're definitely a Minecraft fan, and they're doing a lot of stuff in it that is like, yeah, that's 10 times better than the one that we got. Not to say that Jack Black wasn't enjoyable, or that Jason Momoa and some of the other lead characters, which I don't even know their names, to tell you the truth. Not to say they didn't do a good job, because I enjoyed that movie way more than I thought I would. Um, but yeah, the craft videos are so peak. That person deserves to be doing well. All right, so now I gotta do the other side here. There we are. Sorry to get quiet again. Again, going into focus mode. Trying to keep them as symmetrical as possible. These down. Should they line up about the same? Okay. Not too long from now, we'll have the tree done, and then really doing the markings for the background. I'm pretty much just going to trace over what's there. Um, as I've been going along with this, I kind of decided that I think one of the previous uh, backdrops that I did for Indiana Jones that had some rock work in it, it was for the uh, sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the name of it, but like the fighter plane chase slash the motorcycle chase that I made the mock for. Um, that backdrop, or that wasn't the backdrop that I created for the mock, actually, but for the actual motorcycle chase set, I did the cliff opening of where there's like a tunnel and the plane tries to fly through it. Um, But when I did the rocks for that, I kind of did the same method where I just traced um, all the random squiggly lines that I had laid out, and then all of the darker and lighter uh, contrasting shades of the markers did the rest of the work as far as blending it together. Because when you just have the random lines at first, it looks kind of too cartoony and outlined. Um, but it should be not a problem for this. So, and I'll double check with the chat in a moment here, see if there's anything new. Gambit, I appreciate you always being willing to join into the streams that have been available so far. Especially since you watched through pretty much the entirety of Minas Tirith. I do really thank you for watching as much as you can for the backdrop for it. All right, that up here. It's another thing that I say too often is all right, okay, and all right are my terms that I use to like confirm with myself that I'm doing what I want to be doing. Like, yes, this is going as planned. Another thing that I do want to talk about is I still have Barad-dûr set aside for. I'm not entirely sure if I will do a live stream for Barad-dûr. Minas Tirith, of course, was quite labor intensive and very time intensive thing. So Barad-dûr, I don't imagine it would be as bad, of course, since it's a slightly smaller set. But let's see, it's got 5471 as far as the piece count, and Minas Tirith I think had 8240 something, or I think close to that. I'd have to look at the box, but so yeah, it's got at least 3,000 more pieces, and that should definitely save at least like I don't know, the total of the streaming for Minas Tirith was 24 hours. But and I'm sure I said that as I was doing the stream. With Barad-dûr, I imagine it would probably be around like 18 to 20 hours, so not a crazy amount less. But maybe I'll surprise myself now that I can kind of gauge how long Minas Tirith took. I can kind of decipher what it would be like to do a different build that size. And other than Barad-dûr, my aunt sent me the Van Gogh Starry Night set, and especially with her sending me that, I told her that once my room was finished, that I would be working on it, and I didn't really have plans to create a video for it, even though it's art related. I don't know if I was going to do something like that for my account or my channel. But if for some reason anybody is interested, maybe I'll put a poll out to see if people would want to watch me build Starry Night. Otherwise, in the near future here, because she sent that to me, I do want to honor her her help with that and get that built. So it might just be a personal one that I do on my own outside of the channel. But I do really want to get that hung up in my room here, so can't wait too much longer for that one. Minas Tirith definitely took me away from doing that in particular, but I guess what I was trying to say is I got Minas Tirith after I had already received Starry Night from here, so I feel kind of bad that I haven't gotten to it yet. Especially because I don't think the set was fully retired, but I think at this point, or at the end of the year, it's definitely going to be retired. So she got it at the perfect time for me. You all right, Thea? Yeah, I think she's good. Unfortunately, she coughs a lot when she's having some trouble with her teeth or if there's something like stuck in her mouth from eating. And I forget if I mentioned this on a previous stream, but um, even though I'm more of a Marvel fan than DC, and I've quite frankly fallen out of both recently, aside from seeing Brand New Day, and um, I actually have not watched the Doomsday trailer at all, or trailers. I guess there's a couple of them now. Um, I want to go into that as blindly as possible. But the reason I'm bringing that up is even though I'm more of a Marvel than a DC fan, my dogs are named after Oliver and Thea Queen, Green Arrow, and I think technically she is Red Arrow sometimes in the comics, but I know there was also Arsenal, and uh, I wasn't super familiar with the comics, so I don't know how they differ. And the show was different too, with having another character as Red Arrow and then Thea later on. But anyway, Americanized Thea is how it's pronounced. Man, sorry, my voice was just messing with me there. But yeah, as an Americanized term, Thea is the way that you'd pronounce it, but it's actually Greek for goddess, so it should be pronounced Thea. Um, but I guess I wasn't getting too technical with it when I first named her. Sorry, guys, my throat is getting like really hoarse. Don't know what's if that's from talking a whole lot or if it's something else. But we're coming along here. Got a decent amount of the branches done. I'm just trying to keep the thickness as similar as possible going through because there's definitely some parts where I've drawn it a little bit thicker than it needed to be. So I got to re-engineer the spaces in between these. Make sure they line up with the next part too. And here, let me take a look at the chat as well. Um, let's see. He said, Gambit, it's been fun to be a part of this live stream and the others. It looks like one of my messages got deleted. I wonder why. Well, that's weird. I don't know. One thing that I did when I was backing out to look at the uh, tree reference photo, or like the banner again, uh, it didn't fully close out of the stream or anything, but when I went to a different tab, it could have done something to where I do have a message in my live chat where it says welcome to live chat again, and that's right in between your some of my worst paintings, blah blah blah, or I shouldn't say blah blah blah. That makes it sound like I don't care about your message. But you know, some of your worst paintings, dot dot dot, and then between that and it has been fun to be a part of the live stream. So I don't know if maybe that's right about where the message is that you're talking about, but it doesn't show me anything that would have been deleted or redacted. I did see from earlier when you were talking about messaging outside of the stream that those got deleted on your end, but from my end, I don't know if something could have happened. I know I didn't physically go over and delete anything. I know that for sure. But you said yes, that's where the message was. Oh, okay. So yeah, it might have been because when I backed out, that did something. But I don't know what would cause that because I'm not entirely sure how my channel being open and watching my own stream would affect your comments. I don't know if anybody else would know the answer to that, but probably not anybody watching right now. Oh, I feel like I almost leaned my head too far forward. If you got a little glimpse of my head there, sorry about that. I don't know if you did. Almost to the trunk for this side. Let's see, that was a little bit thicker than I needed it to be there, but that's okay. Kind of match that on this side. And now here. It is amazing though how when you sketch something that it can look terrible, and then when you re-ink it, you can clean up the lines as you go and it will look a lot better. Not that the tree looked terrible, but it definitely had some inconsistencies going throughout it, and now it looks, at least as it's being more completed, starting to look a little better. Okay, there we go. Make sure this thickness here is similar. Don't want to have two different triangle sizes right there. Yeah, they're close enough. Yeah, outside of the backdrops that I've done for my YouTube channel, I haven't been apt to do very many non-realism pieces of artwork. It's always kind of been my thing. So this is a little different for me. And I mean, it has been since the beginning of my channel. I haven't changed any aspect of it, but I guess in some ways without leaving some of the Lego part hints and like nods around the backdrop, especially for the scale of this one. I guess it brings it a little closer to realism when it's all said and done. But it's like, I guess the best way I can put it is like the difference between watching SpongeBob and watching Archer. They're both cartoons, but one's more fleshed out to where it actually looks like, not real people, of course, but they look like human compared to, obviously SpongeBob isn't a good example, but like King of the Hill or Family Guy or some of that stuff where it's more exaggerated features, but even King of the Hill is a little bit more realistic. Okay, I don't want these to be too large compared to the other stuff. That one's going to be a little different here too. That's okay. I guess they could still match though. There we are. And then, yeah, okay. It's toned down a little bit on the heat, but I'm still sweating a decent amount here. I am, once the inking is done, I'm ready to be done for tonight. As much as I hate to say it, it's nearing that time, especially with having to work all day tomorrow. I don't really want to go too crazy with the stream today and wear myself out. Nice, nice. Sorry if you're hearing any clicks and stuff in the background. My brother's going in and out the front door. Clicks other than my ankle, which at least hasn't happened in a while. But it's specifically my right ankle. I don't know why. Could be because one of my legs is like a little longer than the other one or whatever else, to where it's just, there it goes again, to where it just has different pressure on it all the time. I would say that's more than likely the case. But I'm not a doctor, so who knows? Or an orthopedic doctor. Specialist or whatever you want to call it. But anyway, I digress. Man, maybe I should get that checked out. Okay, and this one here. And this one here. Okay, so I'd say those all look fairly similar in shape. Some of them a little different than others, but that's okay. And some of these angles are going to be a little awkward to draw. So I'm going to do my best here without being completely silent. But I'll have to kind of not hold my breath in areas, but just really focus and not bump my arm or my hand. I guess when I look over, I'm not popping into frame or anything, but I'm always worried that I'm going to be. Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't realize when I finished the stream the first time for Minas Tirith and then the two following that you get like a little um, analytic of the stream. It kind of tells you how it went, which it totally makes sense. I don't know why I wouldn't have expected that, but I just thought it would have showed up in my YouTube studio rather than getting a little pop-up after the stream ends. So I was surprised to see for the first Minas Tirith stream, I think we had about 95 people or almost 100 people show up. So that was cool. The second one I think was around like 60 or something like that. And then I think maybe around like 40 for the third one, which it makes a decent amount of sense. Or actually, I don't remember if there was maybe more for the last one, but the middle one I think had the least because, you know, it's the second portion of the build, so it's not starting it or completing it. Probably going to be a little less intriguing for people to watch. So, with this stream, not that I'm anticipating a specific number, but I haven't paid too much attention to how many people are popping in and out. Just to give myself an educated guess here, I think there's going to be like 30 people that watch the stream today, which I'm not complaining in any way. That's still a decent amount for actually watching it live or popping in for a moment. But it just makes me wonder how people are able to pull in so many viewers from just obviously there's people who get popular and then people already know about them, so then they go choose to watch their stream. But of course I'm not like a popular YouTuber or anything, so if that were the case, then I'd obviously be having a lot more views. But um, again, I'm probably just holding myself, or not holding myself up, but I'm giving myself a too high of a standard to compare myself against. Um, because obviously, most people who start out on YouTube aren't going to be getting a crazy amount of views, so I'm sure I'm getting the average amount that anybody else would. Um, so again, I don't want to make it sound like I'm complaining or that I think I'm getting less than most people do. But I do think I have a pretty good start for streaming in general, even if even if it's only a couple dozen people that pop in. I'd rather have that than like only 3 or 4 viewers the entire time. So there we go. The lower part's definitely a lot harder to do because the arches bend down towards me, and then you have to really readjust where your body's positioned. Luckily, neither of those lines were very thick. They just kind of scraped along there, but I definitely placed a couple lines wrong. But I'm kind of ready to be done with this tree. The roots shouldn't be much of a challenge, but the top part of the tree is fatiguing me. Okay. Okay, did I miss anything in the chat, guys? Let me double check here. So you're all good, be right back. Phone call. Yeah, no problem at all, Gambit. Obviously, we all have our own personal lives, so you honestly, you don't even have to let me know if and when you're leaving. I, of course, don't even always get like a sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'm not always paying attention to the chat, so it's not like I'm always noticing as soon as you're leaving, or um, I might not even notice if you're gone in general if you don't even say anything. So you were all good, even if you're not hearing this at the moment. But I'll reiterate that once I know you're back and paying attention to the stream. Oh yeah, that's definitely not as bad. Not nearly as bad. Just want to make sure the trunk is tapering up the same way and has the same thickness in the middle here and up to the top. Cool. Sometimes I'm watching the stream out of the corner of my eye as I'm drawing, and because there's a tiny bit of a latency, I keep catching the movement of my hands, since they're not directly matching what I'm doing in real time. So I'm thinking, when I see that out of my peripheral, I'm like, wait, did I just get a chat? But that's another thing that I want to do, is not worry too much about it. It's one of those things where if I do end up becoming a bigger channel and more people are watching, it's obviously going to get harder and harder to respond to any of the comments or all of them. So that's why I think I mentioned a little earlier, it would be nice having a secondary person that could monitor the chat and keep me up to date on different comments and different people joining in. But again, I don't anticipate, or I haven't really put thought into having somebody work with me on my channel. If I got one of my buddies to help me or something like that, it's obviously a lot of time and effort that would go into it, so I would definitely feel obligated to pay them, and unfortunately I'm not in that position right now, so not really an option. Maybe at some point when I do get monetized, though, I could pay one of my friends to do so. I do have a friend or two who, not to put anybody down in any way, and I'm not going to elaborate who they are or anything, but some of my friends still don't really have what they want to do in life figured out, or they're just kind of rolling with the ball, and it would be nice to help them out a bit by them helping me out a bit. So hopefully at some point that becomes an option, because that would take the load off of me for being able to have some more time to either do the streaming or the artwork or editing the videos together. But if I had somebody else to help me with the edits and help me with the filming and reading the comments, then I don't have to worry as much about doing anything but the artwork and the commentary and overseeing the main vision, I guess is what I was looking for, overseeing the vision of the channel in each video. But that's the problem too, is I don't, um, I'm still learning about a lot of different things on my channel as I go. So it'd be hard to, unless I had somebody else from the beginning that was kind of learning along with me, it'll be hard to get that person up to speed and kind of explain to them how I feel about the way that I want to do certain things and blah, blah, blah. Because I'm sure they'll have input too, where they want to make suggestions and say, hey, this might be better if, rather than doing this way that you normally do, if you try and do it like this. So different types of constructive criticism. I would definitely be open for having somebody to be able to do that for me, but it's difficult when, again, when you don't start from the very beginning like that. And as somebody who uses my phone to film and to edit my videos, it would be very difficult to bring somebody in, and if they were going to be helping me edit, I can't really say like, hey, you want to use my phone? I could, send them over the footage, and then I could have them edit it, but then there would be the whole processing time back and forth of sending somebody the video or all the videos, and then having them send me the finished product, and then yeah, a lot of back and forth, and probably a little bit more difficult and time consuming than just doing it all myself. So hopefully I can continue to do a decent amount on my own without having trouble, but as time goes on, it'll get more and more difficult, of course. All right. Yeah, see, we're already 5¼ hours in, and we've just got the center center portion done, so I'm ready to finish the stuff in the back and then call it. But grab some more water here. Sorry to tease all of the alcohol markers, all the different colors to the left here, and not use them at all. But come Monday, we'll be able to do that. And Gambit, you said your mom got another phone call where a scammer was trying to get money from her. That sucks. And he said, you heard me, okay. Yeah, you need a moderator with your channel, or when your channel gets busy. Yeah, exactly. And thank you, I appreciate that you like the tree. I definitely, I'm happy with the decision of having that tree in the middle. It's a good, obviously it symbolizes Gondor and Minas Tirith, but for not having a solid idea of what to put there, I think it works really well. And it's kind of cool too, because it almost looks like the section that it's in is like ruins. Okay, so almost ready to work on that. Just gonna freshen up a little bit and stretch. Ignore me. There we go. Okay, so I think I'm going to start at the top and work my way down, kind of like before. Being right-handed, I always work from the top left and then to the bottom right. So again, most of these are kind of just going to be scribbly lines that I don't care too much about where they're going. But I'm going to try not to overdo it or underdo it. So some of this I might be a little quiet with because I'm not exactly having to concentrate a crazy amount, but I do want to pay attention to the lines. And yeah, see, they'll start forming these little peaks and bobs, and you'll start to actually see the shape of the mountain forming behind it. But yeah, I'm not going to go too crazy with making sure the outline is super what's the word to use? Like the line thickness is exactly the same, and I'm totally fine with it having like kind of a scribbly look, because when it gets filled in with all the marker, it's going to hide most of those lines, but I need them for reference points, at least for where to put the different uh, shading for where things are peeking, or not peeking inward, like going out to a peak, or uh, inward, like a concaved area, or that's not the right term. That's more of like a circular, like a dish shape. So yeah, already you can kind of see the formations here. I just have to really reach my arm for the top portion here. So I'm going to try to get this out of the way so I don't have to worry about it too much. Okay, more coming from here. Yeah, they're more of just really scribbly lines, which is totally fine. Make sure some of them run right off of the paper so they don't just start in the middle out of nowhere. I might even have to not stand up, but be on my knees a little bit while I'm doing this. Man, I always feel like I'm getting too close here. Goodness. Let's come back here. Make sure I'm not popping into frame with that. I'm super close. Super close, but I think it's manageable. All right. Yeah, you guys can see like barely some of my shoulder, but that's totally fine. Definitely want some of that coming down here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if you overdo it too much, then it's just placing way too much detail into places that you really don't need it. It's just the little light amount of lines there. That's the type of stuff that you find in comic books until they do like the cross hatching or the stippling and things like that. But yeah, once I start inking everything, I have the 4 pieces of tape right on the very corners, but as I get to each corner, I'll just untape it and tape it back down after I've colored that very corner edge. That doesn't make any sense. The very corner. It's just the corner, not the edge. Okay, so then all this kind of ties together as one shape now. But we want more below that too. And again, I want to pay attention to making sure it does kind of go off the side and really feel like it's being carried somewhere and not just stopping. Leave a little more there. Some more open faces here. Okay, definitely a little bit in the center part. So for, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I had a thought started and then it didn't go anywhere. Okay. And okay, good. I'm not missing anything in chat here because I'm just going to be focusing on this stuff mainly for a moment. But I'm definitely happy with the direction this went. I was pretty nervous that I was going to end up with something that I either wasn't going to like very much or that I thought was kind of lame for an end product, but I do believe this is what I was looking for. Make that a lot bigger. There we go. Some places I do need a little bit more detail, but not a crazy amount. Some more of the jagged. Yeah, there we are. Okay, so we got that corner working in pretty good, but we're going to move back up to the top here. put some of these lines in that are crossing paths. I don't want those to almost look like identical shapes, so I'm going to bring this down more and this down more. Some more faces on the side. And you know, it might even get to the point where once I have all of the main stuff that I sketched out drawn on, then I might look at some areas and go, okay, I want to add a little there or a little here. And that truly is, I'm sure you know with doing your own artwork gambit, but that truly is the best way to go, where you're starting with a little less and then adding more as you go on. You don't want to add too much and then not be able to back it out. So not that I dislike how this is going, but I will actively try to avoid, like, that just looked like a not a web pattern isn't the best way to describe it, but it radiates from that one point, so I kind of wanted to break that up. Same thing with this, make sure it's its own shape. Grab some of these coming upward here, definitely some kind of chunky faces. Okay. Yeah, I really hope I'm not leaning so far in that I can maybe, or that maybe you guys can see my knee or my chin or something. I really am just worrying about it too much. It's not a huge deal. And truthfully, I don't have quite as mid-length of hair anymore. I definitely have a lot longer hair than what my YouTube or like my Lego avatar or Lego figure for my account looks like. But I definitely look similar to that, so you guys will probably get the gist that I have like dirty blonde hair, and I mean, it's pretty obvious that I'm black, so there's that. And yeah, you know, I knew that that one would have been really obvious, that you guys, you know, could have called that out. All right. Man. Yeah, it's definitely a lot easier to do the side portion as I work down. So once I really get past that corner, this one will be a little difficult, but it's mainly this. As you can see, that's the radius of where my arm, or the diameter, I guess the radius too, of where my arm can reach. Anyway, continue on with the same shapes going throughout, but at least now you guys can see what was there with the sketch, because I know the stuff in the middle kind of forced the focus of the camera into it. So all right, to this section, some more large open area. Sorry to be so quiet again. I really don't want to have those long pauses, but I for sure at least notice when it's happening, so it's not like I'm zoning out and then forgetting for 10 minutes that I haven't talked. So there's, you know, at least the benefit of that, but I would rather, not that I have to talk every second throughout the stream, but I obviously there's no type of music going on. It's just the silent background, no fan today. So hopefully my audio is a little bit clearer than usual, but not, of course, as clear as it could be. Okay, just want to make some kind of really jagged face there. Cool. Gambit, I'm sure as you are familiar with artwork and that you're an artist too, you probably understand how a lot of these lines are working and how they separate the different portions of rock. But if there is anybody else watching who doesn't typically do artwork or really know much about how putting lines down can be really important as far as texturing something. Um, Obviously, all of my lines here are very scribbly and jagged, so that's going to be a big factor in making it look like rocks. But um, there's like the large open portions here, and then the really tight, smaller shaped portions that are more like what you would know as like the shadows that are catching underneath, and then the larger portions are like um, the parts that are catching more light and they have less contrast to them. So that's why it looks like a much more large or open shape, because it's there's not as much variation as a place that has like a shadow underneath in a small inlet. But yeah, so I'm sure you can kind of understand how the different shapes and spaces are translating into that, and you can tell that there's like, you know, a peak that's coming out right here, and maybe this side is going to end up being shaded. Maybe this is going to be a little bit of a crack inward, and there's some more rock sticking out here and on both sides. But yeah, I doubt I'll have to go too much into explanation about stuff like that unless people have questions for me. But I still want to give a baseline for kind of what I'm doing so that it's not confusing to anybody. Which, again, I know, Gambit, you're uh, very aware of your own artwork and how stuff goes, so I'm sure I don't need to explain it to you. Mm-hmm. All right, again, now we're going to move up to the top here. Just going to get some more of this stuff done and out of the way so that I can almost focus on just getting the rest of this done and then work on that. But it's moving along pretty quickly, so I don't think there's going to be a terribly large amount more to do for today's stream. Monday, again, I have the day off, so I'm still trying to figure out the best time for doing streams and posting my videos. In my YouTube studio and my channel analytics, it does tell me like my prime viewership as far as when people are watching my videos, but truthfully, I don't like to pay attention to that because it feels like I think it tells me that around like 11 o'clock, or sorry, 11 a.m. or noon is when most people are watching. But I've always had the opinion, like, you know, if people are on a Friday working and or getting out of work around, you know, 5 or 6 p.m., um, not that 3 o'clock is going to help that any, but for people who are in school, at least a lot of students will get out at like 2:30, um, maybe sometimes a little bit earlier or later, especially if they have a half day or something, but that always depends. um, I wanted to gear my the time that I post stuff more towards when I think people will be transitioning in between either school and extracurricular activities and or school and work. If you know you're in late high school and you've just started a job, or even if you're in college and you're doing a job or two on the side. And um, well, if you're going to college, I hope you are, because it'd be pretty hard to pay for that without having some form of financial help. So um, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that. Again, I sometimes I'll start a sentence and not really know where I'm going with it. Sounds like Michael from The Office. Kind of similar to that. Okay. And then since there's the original line that I drew, I didn't do too much of the rock formation actually touching the inner line here. So I am going to do some of that. Make it tie together really well. Oh, but I guess anyway, from what I was saying before is I lost my train of thought, and I guess I forgot where I was going with it, but I did know from the beginning, I guess, where I was going with it. um, I do still need to figure out a good timing for when people are watching my videos, because I really don't know if 3 p.m. is a good time, or 3 p.m. Eastern. Um, there could be, I know most of my viewers are from the United States, but there's definitely viewers from other countries who, of course, are not going to be uh, awake, or maybe it's still really early or really late for when I start my streams or post my videos. But yeah, maybe I'll do a poll for that too, and kind of ask everybody, when would you like to see a video from me? Because um, maybe there's even a better time that would work for me and for other people. Well, better, of course. That's kind of where I was going with that. But this upcoming Monday, since I have the day off for work, doing a stream, I obviously need to have either the most of the day or all of the day off. Especially if I'm doing something that's, a 6 hour, 8 hour, 9 hour stream. I don't want to have to, come home from work and immediately start it, or stop the stream early because I need to go into work. But a lot of the days I'll go in at 10:45, and then some days I'm going in at like 3 p.m. But it's easy for me to post my videos a little earlier than 3, like if I'm posting at 2:30, and then head into work as soon as I have everything done. But yeah, obviously it's different for a stream. I gotta have more time to set aside. But Mondays, since I've got the day off, I'll definitely be available to do the inking, or not the inking, but the alcohol markers. I really did hope that I could do it for today's stream and finish everything, but starting that now, it would definitely be another 4 or 5 hours of drawing. So probably a lot more than I anticipated at the beginning. We are, what, 7 hours? No, sorry, it's not even quite 6 hours in. So it would end up being, probably a 10-hour stream or something like that. And I'm good on that. I don't need to exhaust myself for going into work tomorrow. That's another thing too, is I hope that with my Minas Tirith streams, obviously it's a larger set, so I kind of had to either choose to do more streams or less streams that were longer. But doing artwork like this is obviously going to take a long time too. I'll probably figure out some other ideas for streams that are not drawing and or building based. I might do some like streams where I'm organizing some parts, but that'll be like way later down the road when I'm more comfortable with my space being shown, and possibly with my face being shown. Yeah, so we'll see where that heads to in the future, but I do want to come up with some other ideas for doing streams. That way it's not always the same, and not everybody, of course, has time to watch something for 7, 8, 9 hours. I would want to do some that are, along like 2 or 3 hours long. But I swear, if I did an hour stream, I don't know if it would even, not that it wouldn't feel worth it to me, but I wouldn't know what I would be doing, because any of my stuff that's either going to take much more than an hour, or what was I going to say? well, mainly it would take way more than an hour, but I don't have any ideas that I think would just um, work within an hour. It to me would feel like it would go by too quickly. Like I would snap and it would already be done. That's part of the reason why I've been able to sit through the long streams that I have without having any problems. That's just because I'm used to doing things like that. Like I'll one of the shorts that I posted a couple years ago was a puzzle that was like the paint party Lego puzzle, and I sat down and did that within like 8 hours. So I spent like the equivalent of a workday on it. And most people, would sit down and work on a puzzle over a couple weeks or a month or a couple months, just to, spread it out over time and have fun with it every once in a while. But for me, when I'm doing a video or specifically wanting something to get done within a time frame, I've I don't know if it's a bad thing, but I've unfortunately gotten really good at getting stuff done fast. And usually you would pair that along with the quality going down. But uh, I think I've just gotten really good at doing artwork fast in general, to where my quality is still there, but um, I still have the ability to go way crazier in quality, if that makes sense. So like the squiggly lines that I'm doing right now, it's not taking me as long because I'm not worrying about it as much. But if I did put the extra time and effort into it, I could make it look 10 times better. Um, and yeah, that's just part of how my channel will have to work, is that if I want people to see a backdrop artwork, I'm not going to take 3 weeks just to draw it. I end up always, like every single one that I've done, other than this one here, which of course is a little different with doing the streams, and for how large it is, but um, all of my other backdrops I've done in one go. So uh, definitely a little bit, like I said, a little different for the size of this one. It's kind of impossible to do that without it taking too long, or if I wasn't live streaming and I was just working on this casually, it would either take a little bit longer or about the same amount of time, I guess. It wouldn't really change too much unless I was purposely spending more time and effort on it. So, anyway, I don't even really know where I'm going with all of that. I'm just blabbering away as I scribble, and we're pretty much done with this first half here. So, I would say, in the next 20, 30 minutes, it's a little over 6 hour point, should be done with this. Um, so yeah, that makes sense. The biggest backdrop that I've done aside from this was a 9 by 30, or sorry, a 9 by 16. So I did it the same size that like a YouTube thumbnail would be, at least ratio wise. So it's um, because it's obviously in inches rather than screen resolution. I forget how that would correlate in size, but um, basically where I'm going with that is that I again lost my train of thought. So I don't really know where I'm going with that, but you can be the judge if you understand what I mean. So yeah, this shouldn't be too much longer here, and in total it'll end up being, between the streams, like a 12 or 13 hour drawing. So this will also allow me to get some good rest in between the inking and the um, alcohol markers, so that I'm not exhausting my brain and making it harder for me to actually do a good job. And I hope I didn't miss anything here from you, Gambit. You said, I like the way the mountain's turning out. Thank you. And you said, I know you're doing a way better job than I could have done, so I'm learning from watching you. No, I appreciate that. I know we were talking a little bit before about what we both do as far as different styles of artwork. And truthfully, I am blanking a little bit on what types of stuff you like to do. Um, I don't remember what examples you gave me. I think you did tell me, but I'm just completely drawing a blank. So yeah, what type of artworks do you usually do? This time I'll hopefully remember after you telling me. My bad. Short term memory always affecting me. And I don't know why this popped into my head, and I'm sure you, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure, because you are telling me that you're learning a bit from watching me, but you might know as well that the direction of the lines is also very important. So you can see the flow of everything going down the mountain on this side because I'm angling it from top right to bottom left. Um, but the mountain is also skewed a little bit to where the point of it would be way out this way. So I'm not starting to bring the angle down until about here. And then it's roughly centered a little bit off right. So um, as I draw more of these lines in, for example, there'll be a lot more straight in there, and they'll straighten out here and start to turn in that direction. So that gives you a proper view of everything. That's, even though a mountain's sloping down towards you, if you're looking straight on, you're seeing a flat or vertical line. And then if you're looking at the angle from, or sorry, the slope from an angle, then you're seeing it actually go at an angle. So different stuff that you learn with perspective and uh, life drawings or still lifes, which I don't think I've done very many of those, probably like 2 of them. And I don't remember what they even would have been, let alone what medium, probably like oil pastel or something. But, all right, so yeah, I'm gonna start on this other half now. Yeah, this one section up here in the middle is going to be most difficult because, well, actually, even that opposite corner is going to be kind of hard too. I'm not too worried about it though. We've made it through all of this no problem. So here we are. And honestly, a lot of the squiggly, jagged line shapes like this, you can do a pretty decent amount with trees. Um, that same type of shape. So because it's very organic and jagged, it kind of kind of emulates the same shape of leaves. Um, so both rocks and leaves, not that they work in the same way, but you can kind of get the same effect. But if you're like really zooming in on a tree, you want the edges to be a little bit more um, tough looking and like blobby, and I don't know how to explain that. Well, honestly, it really doesn't change because it would look similar. The treetops being similar to the jagged rocks there. So I was second guessing myself for a moment, but I think I'm correct on that. I don't know for sure though. My own opinion is that the shapes do look fairly similar. Awesome. Main thing I want to focus on is this specific transition here. And I haven't said anything in a while to any potential new viewers to the stream. I haven't been paying a lot of attention to that because we were having some technical difficulties earlier with my internet not wanting to connect on my laptop, so I couldn't even see a lot of the comments. But if there is anybody currently watching who I haven't acknowledged yet, I am sorry. Um, still working out a lot of things as a new streamer and YouTuber. Even though I've been, well, not consistently, but I have uploaded videos over the past 3.5 years. Still learning quite a bit. So that's where it would for sure help Gambit having a channel moderator. And like you're saying, especially when things start to get a little more busy on my channel. But yeah, I do have a couple buddies in mind who might be offered the task in the future. I doubt that he's watching at the moment, especially for the amount of viewers in the stream. But shout out to my friend Gavin. Um, if you do watch this at any point, definitely thinking about you as far as my primary for helping me out with the channel if you're ever interested. One of the things that I had to do this morning before finishing and uploading my shorts, um, because I'm planning on doing my Cairo ambush mock and posting a video for it in the next week or two here. I'm still in the process of actually creating the mock, so that's why I don't have too much filmed or edited, but it shouldn't take too terribly long once I do. One of the parts, or several parts, that I needed for uh, creating that set are, I don't remember what the exact term for them would be, but they're always used for like thatched roofs and rock formations, but they're the 1x2 part. You know what? What am I doing? Let me just grab it. Anyway, before I show it, I'll explain what I had to go get. So I went ahead and purchased the Windmill Village hut from the next wave of the One Piece sets. Truthfully, I've never been interested in One Piece, and I've tried watching it in the past, but I could not get into it. But anyway, aside from a handful of other sets, and ironically, Minas Tirith has like one or two in it, but it's this part, the let's see if it'll focus. There we go. So I needed to use at least four of them, but I was looking for something around six of them, which is just what that Windmill Village hut set has. It has six of them total, or maybe even more than that. I think just six, but regardless, um, in the Cairo Ambush original set, there is a wagon that Miriam's character is supposed to like fall into, and then she's carried off by a horse and carried to a different area in the Cairo, or in the city. Uh, I'm not using the right terms. Sorry, guys. But anyway, the the wagon that's going to be in my custom build, I do want to have some decent looking hay in it, and the original one just had like 2x4 bricks that were tan. So I'm going to have the hay poking out of the back side of it, and also a little bit on the sides. Kind of hard to explain without showing what my plan is for it, but I needed to buy that set this morning so that I could start using the parts that I needed. But yeah, it's unfortunately One Piece is one of those things that I just haven't gotten to ever. So not that not that I'm offending anybody by saying that I'm not into it, but I hope that I'm not. I honestly don't remember if I maybe mentioned that in a previous stream for whatever reason, but the only anime shows that I've watched are Naruto from when it was first airing way back in the early 2000s, and then I've seen bits and pieces of Attack on Titan. That's one that I would be willing to watch more. And then I did watch this one called Delicious in Dungeon on Netflix, which I think there's a decent amount of people that thought it was really boring or that it's not that great. But as somebody who doesn't um, constantly or very often watch anime, I did highly enjoy that one. So I hope they do another season of it at some point. I think it's either canceled or they're taking forever to get back to it, but I honestly kind of think it's canceled. And yeah, One Piece was one that I've seen like 3 or 4 episodes of and just I couldn't do it. I couldn't get into it. Um, but Naruto, I got through I think most of uh, the main season or like the very beginning, but I never watched Boruto or I don't think I saw very much of Shippuden or anything, unless Shippuden's the first one. I'm drawing a blank. Um, so yeah, I still have yet to dabble into a decent amount of anime shows, but I have watched Death Note and I watched the movie version of that, which was pretty terrible. I watched another one, which I'm almost feeling like I did mention this in a previous stream, and I'm just rehashing it, but it doesn't matter, I guess. Um, there was one that was really funny, which I also think got canceled, or maybe they're just not doing anything with it. But it was called Uncle from Another World or something like that, and it was very weird but really funny. I liked his, or like the main character, the uncle's personality, and he had his nephew that was like taking care of him, and then his nephew's girlfriend was in it a decent amount, or I guess it was like his friend that the uncle knew he liked, and they ended up uh, getting together throughout it. I think because of the uncle like uh, bringing light to that or whatever. But anyway, uh, that one was pretty funny. I need to see if there's any other interesting looking animes that I could watch, but I do still need to watch some of the actual classics that people have recommended. I've never really had the desire to watch like Hunter x Hunter or um, some of the other really niche stuff. Like I did start watching Seven Deadly Sins. I forget how much I got into it, but Meliodas is kind of a freak, so I stopped after a while. It's definitely really well done as far as the show goes, but there is, of course, I feel like most anime shows probably have a decent amount of filler when they're either catching up or um, creating new material that's not based off of the mangas. And let's catch up with the chat here. You said acrylic oil pencil are mainly what I do. Also some watercolor ink and pastels. Very awesome. And you said if I have the ability, I would help moderate too. I appreciate that, man. Um, I'll definitely have to give that some thought too. I'll of course have some of my early loyal viewers that I'll either want to, if I like create a Patreon or patron or whatever they're called. Um, some of you guys, like, I hate to say it for people who are in the future going to go back and, well, if people go back and rewatch my streams and end up seeing this, but they're going to end up feeling pretty left out when I tell you, like, for you and Faith interacting with me and some of the other people that I know have been more active on my channel, you guys are for sure going to, if I make a Patreon, you'll get a free account. Um, to where obviously that's kind of going against what a patron or Patreon is, but I'll make sure if I'm doing extra content that you wouldn't see or that would be like a members only thing, that you guys are definitely included in that, because uh, especially for sticking through so much of the streams and being willing to interact with me, you're doing 10 times more than other people are. So uh, highly, highly appreciate that. And he said, I've never watched One Piece. I never heard of it until it came out in Lego sets. Really? Okay. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised about that too, because I think my stepbrother was really into One Piece, or at least he watched it a fair amount. And that was, for me, like 2007, 2009, like around when The Dark Knight came out or shortly after. So I don't know why one of the references I use for myself very often is like when The Dark Knight came out, and sadly when Heath Ledger passed. But yeah, for some reason that time period is always relevant feeling. But anyway, yeah, like I've known about it since at least a couple decades ago. So I obviously there's people that are going to hear about things in different ways, but that fully surprises me that you didn't even know about it until Lego. Um, this is kind of an exaggerated thing. I would be surprised if you told me this too. But for example, if you didn't know about Pokemon at all and hadn't heard about it until the Lego sets came out, I would be like, "Whoa, that's kind of crazy." Because I'm sure there's people who don't know that there were Mega Bloks Pokemon, and that obviously there's all the Pokemon cards and the different products that you can get aside from Lego, but uh, there was never a licensing until now because of the fact that Hasbro had it for so long, and I think K'NEX did at some point. But um, yeah, it's just kind of mind blowing for One Piece, which has been around for quite some time. Not trying to call you out in a negative way, like, man, how did you not know about that? But it just a surprise to me, I guess. All right, where are we at? Just surpassed the 6 hour mark here. So, yeah, probably another 10, 15 minutes to go on this, and we'll wrap it up. And I'm just going to erase all the pencil marks so they're not too distracting, and clean it up and get it ready for tomorrow. Or, sorry, not tomorrow. Definitely not tomorrow. For Monday's stream. Obviously, people all have different types of personalities, but it's mind blowing to me how some people, um, and I'm sure some of it's like based around how the videos or how things are edited to where it just seems like uh, some of these people talk way more, or they just have a more, um, I don't know exactly how to explain it. Their social skills are obviously a lot more advanced to the point where speaking publicly does not bother them at all. And not that it bothers me, but I'm an overthinker. So if I notice that I'm struggling with something to talk about, or just coming up with an idea in general, I'll be too much in my head about it, and I'll really start to notice, and then I'll think that other people are aware of it when it's really just only me who's noticing and being aware of it. Um, but yeah, it blows my mind with people that constantly talk or do um, videos or live streams or any of that type of stuff where they're just always having conversations with people, and it's like, man, I don't know how I'm so bad at it, but clearly some uh, portion of my personality is causing that to be a bit of a struggle, which is not that I want to blame it directly on. Uh, I'm not even diagnosed, so just potentially having ADHD, or more than likely, is what I like to say. Um, I don't like to always blame stuff on that, but I'm sure that does play a little bit of a part in the overthinking and uh, having trouble to articulate myself in general. This also feels really weird because, again, I mainly hold my pencil. Uh, I've actually had some people not tease me, but comment and notice the fact that I would hold the pencil really low down to the end. So I've seen people that hold their pencils like this, which not that there's anything wrong with that, but in having to use like the back end of the pen here and get some of these upper lines, it feels so strange because I'm usually very calculated with where I'm placing my lines down. And you can't really be too calculated when you're doing this. And it's a good thing that they're just scribbly rock formations, because if I was actually tracing, this would not be an easy task at all. Okay, let's get this very corner finished though. Part of me being quiet is because I'm trying not to move too much and concentrating as much as possible. Okay, edge is done. Work down here. For example, when I was speaking earlier about, like, yep, it's good to start out with less and then work your way to more after that. This area right here just seems very blank to me, and there are some lines through here, but I'm going to really flesh it out instead. I just think it looks a little light in that area. There we go. Same thing, there's definitely lines over here that I need to work in, but this for sure needs a lot more. Needs to have a little bit more of the slope that's coming from here and continuing down, probably almost to the very edge of the paper. I'm going to try not to get too sloppy with it now. Awesome. Okay, we're pretty much on to the fairly easy to reach part and shouldn't give us too much trouble. He said, oh, wow, thank you, that's awesome. I forget exactly what that was in reference to, but that might have been me responding about your help with the channel in the future if that ends up happening, or if I get you guys a personal, or not a personal, but like a special like patron account or something, or some of my higher tier members. Like, not that I'm saying, oh, maybe I will have you pay, but if I have different tiers for the patron, and rather than just having like a completely free one, if I had like the lower tier being like $1 and the second tier being like $5 and then the third one being like 15 or 20, I would say like, oh yeah, you can pay $1 for the tier that's like $20 or something like that. Obviously I don't have specific prices in mind, but as an example, that's the first thing that makes sense to me. And then you said, oh, I've known about Pokemon, never watched the show, but at least aware of it. Nice. I think for the most part, I watched a little bit of the show growing up, but it was mainly the movies that we had a few of on VCR, and that was mainly just the fact that my older brothers were really into Pokemon, so they were the ones with most of the card collection, and I had a few here and there. Um, but they had the games and um, did the majority with it. So, all right. Oh, but I guess what I was saying about that is, even though I knew of Pokemon way back in the day, and I've always known about it, I still couldn't tell you half of the um, which I mean, people who aren't into Pokemon obviously won't know all of uh, the creatures or the characters and or the like regions and stuff like that, but I couldn't even tell you the name of all the early games. Like, I know the the extent that I know is like Fire Red, Leaf Green. I literally have to think to tell you other ones. It's mainly those two. I know there was like some of the weird ones later on that were like Black and White and Sword and Shield, I think, unless it was Sword and something else, but uh, which I think that's like quite a bit later on. But again, I didn't really pay too much attention to Pokemon, so I am closer to where you're at with one piece of like barely knowing about it. There we go. Some of that looks a little strange to me, but that's okay. It's a little too much of the same wavy shape going through there, but it'll cover itself up once I actually do the not acrylics, man, the alcohol markers. It's a shame. I used to, for my first backdrop or two, I believe I did use Copic markers, um, but I wanted to, of course, extend my collection of the different shades and be able to do more with them. And unfortunately, my hobby store stopped selling them, so I had to go with their name brand, and um, it's not too bad, but I can definitely tell some flaws that would have been saved by using Copic. But the only problem is, of course, with how many backdrops that I'm going to be working on throughout my channel, I would be spending quite a bit of money with Copic refills and buying fully new markers and whatever else. So I'm happy that I was able to make the change and not, you know, have too many issues with it. But I remember when it first happened, I was really worried that it was going to mess up my channel and that I wasn't going to be able to find any good working alcohol-based markers that would suffice and give the same feel as the first couple of backdrops. But they did, and they worked well, and they still do. All right, we're really getting a lot closer to finishing up here. I'm going to try my best to not keep randomly either going into rant or a rant about something. There goes my ankle cracking again. And I also don't want to be too quiet here, but my neck is starting to get pretty stiff, which is making it a little hard to not concentrate fully, but I'm noticing that a little too often. So I'm actually kind of happy that we're wrapping it up here because I need to rest my neck. There goes Leah coughing again. You all right, honey? Yeah, she's good. Whoa. If you guys heard that, those are the types of noises that my dogs will make every once in a while. So, like, one of them will either lay on top of the other, or because they clean each other too, like they'll lick each other's fur, kind of like cats do. Um, Sometimes either my dog Oliver will get too much into Thea's ear or something like that, and it'll be uncomfortable for her, and she'll make a little yelp. And I think that's what just happened. It might have even been Oliver, my other dog, that did the little yelp. But they tend to annoy each other here and there. Okay, I'm gonna call that good on the side, and we'll work our way down the rest of the way here. Make sure I didn't miss anything again, but you said, little did I know, but my mom was collecting Pokemon cards. Really? And he said, I only knew Pikachu before Lego, then with Eevee, Charizard, and the others I learned of a few more. Nice. Yeah, other than the starter Pokemon, I really don't know that many either, so I'm in the same boat. That's cool though. So was your mom personally collecting Pokemon cards, or was she collecting them for you in hopes that you would get into them? Was it like a something that she was into herself, or was she trying to get you into it? Which I guess if she was trying to get you into it, she probably had an enjoyment, at least, of it herself, but that's besides the point. Okay. Now, another thing that I do like to do is make sure there's not too much going on in the very bottom right corner, because that's where I end up signing my, or putting my signature, rather. But I always have the ability to use like the little, like the white gel marker that I have to go over a darker area, or if I have a lighter area, I can use a darker, like a black or a dark marker that shows the contrast through of it, and I don't know. Anyway, you probably know what I mean. Saving a spot for the signature to be a little more clear to read is where I'm going with that. Sneeze. Bless it, Thea. But now I'm getting to that point where I'm taking long pauses and not talking, because I know we're pretty much at the end here. I'm focusing and really dialing it in. But again, I'm pretty happy with the current results here. Definitely the vision I had in mind. In fact, I don't remember if the sketch that I did for this, if it had the section for Minas Tirith to sit in front of it. Let me double check if I have the sketchbook. Actually, yeah, I do have it nearby. What am I talking about? I was planning on at some point showing you guys this for like a different video or whatever else, but oh yeah, I think I must have. Yeah. So as you guys can see, it does somewhat match that shape in the corner, and a lot of this is obviously kind of random. I'm trying to see if you guys can actually see it pretty good, but it's got my little note there, the Tree of Gondor question mark. Obviously I didn't have any of that developed, but I knew this was all going to be like it is. So that's kind of how I do my my ideas or sketches for it. I get a make sure I know the dimension of what I'm going for, and then I put it down on the it's like a dotted graph notebook here. So I'm forgetting what it's actually referred to as, but like I don't know if it's called like a grid or a graph notebook, but it comes in handy. So there's a second one that I have that's like I think they're both supposed to be like the pleather, the fake leather backing to them, but one of them is like a brown color, a reddish brown, and the blue one is the one I just showed you guys. But the brown one I started with originally, and I'm drawing a blank. I think it might just have notebook lines in it and not any of the dots for the grid. So I found the other notebook and was like, yeah, I need to have something a little easier to actually make the dimensions of each backdrop that I'm sketching out in there and coming up with the idea for. And then once it's sketched out good enough, I can wrap my head around where I'm even going with the whole project. Obviously, it would be a little hard to just start with no idea, but yeah, anyway. I'm just probably elaborating way more than I need to. But we are done with the inking portion of it. So time to go through really quick and erase I could definitely do some of this after the fact and not do it directly here on stream, but I do want to show you guys the difference of when all of that pencil marking is off of there. And yeah, since I only have the 4 corners really lightly taped down, I don't want to be too rough with it, because the edges could get wrinkled, and or I don't want to shift this off of the tape and then have to readjust it for the next stream. But funny enough, the tabletop that I have this set on is just on top of my carpet, so the friction of the carpet itself is holding it in the same alignment, but if I wanted to, I could spin it or push it in any direction. So I'm probably just going to keep it taped to the same spot that it's in, and lift this off the ground and just have it set up against my my wall or a different piece of furniture in my room. That way I don't have to worry about anything but resetting up my my phone and then placing the drawing back down and getting to work on it. Oh, as I'm saying, yeah, I want to avoid messing up the tape. I almost just rolled up the tape on the bottom corner there. But wow, you know what? One thing that I might end up doing after I'm done erasing most of this is I might turn my fan on so that it can blow off most of the eraser shavings. I don't feel like having to go out of breath by trying to remove all this stuff. Every now and then I'll use one of the like kneaded erasers where it's almost like the putty. But sometimes I find when you've gotten a lot of the graphite or the lead in it, that when you're going to try and erase something, it starts marking more down or like smudging. So unless you keep them clean, which you pretty much just roll them up into a ball over and over again until they absorb most of the graphite. But you obviously got to replace them if they get too bad. So I've tended to normally just use the regular, I don't remember what type of eraser this is, but it's not, of course, one of the pink like Papermate erasers. It's one of the more drawing standardized ones, but all right. Most of this center area is erased other than the right side, but I might not go too crazy with erasing all of that stuff because it's not a huge deal. It'll all kind of get absorbed into the alcohol markers. I don't think it'll have a different look to it, or like shine a little bit differently, or have a little bit of a change in opacity with the pencil. I think it'll be fine. As usually when I do my Bionicle mask drawings, I never erase the pencil. I'm just going over it with the ink and then doing the alcohol-based markers directly after. So yeah, shouldn't be a big deal. But man, this is taking a long time to erase. Definitely a lot there, that's for sure. Yeah, and I can't wait to show you guys the spot that I've got Minas Tirith in, and then when this is completed and placed behind it. It's a pretty good location for it in my room, and I have my TV mounted higher up on the wall because at some point I'm going to be making a loft bed that goes up above my desk. That's right here. But for now, unfortunately, if I'm doing anything on my Xbox, I have to like really crane my neck up, which is pretty uncomfortable. So especially if I'm doing either playing Minecraft with my brother or that's pretty much all I do for extended periods of time. Definitely gets a little sore after a while. Okay. Make sure I'm not putting my face in here. Yeah, I really don't need the suggestion of the clouds in there. It won't matter. Okay. Not going to worry too much about this because I think it's a little too hard for me to, yeah, see now I'm just shifting the tape. A little too hard for me to get to without putting my face in the frame and bumping this around. Okay. I'm probably going to call that good other than a little bit of this. Again, it doesn't have to be perfectly erased. Let's do a few more swipes up here. There we go. I'm just going to look over at my stream, make sure my head's not popping in there. Probably like centimeters away from being in frame. All right, let's see. You said she was collecting them for herself. Nice. Yeah, obviously there's all types of people who are into Pokemon, but that's cool that your mom was doing it before you even knew about Pokemon. So, and you said that is so cool. Looks like a wedding cake. Yeah, it kind of does, honestly. Oh man, yeah, there's so much stuff there. So apologies about the noise, guys, but yeah, I'm gonna use a fan really quick and see if that's, nope. Oops, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Yeah, no, that was not even remotely enough. So, thinking my best bet is, it's not a very big one, but I'm just gonna use a brush here. I have to vacuum up my carpet after this. Okay. And of course I'll clean up the mess a little bit better once I'm done with the stream, but for what you guys can see, I at least want to have the majority of it cleaned up, especially around the tree here and all of that. So just a few of the swipes. But yeah, so that's basically it for the stream today, guys. I'm trying to think of the best way to wrap this up without feeling like it's really just being not cut short, but just a very quick ending. I don't necessarily want to do that. I want to talk for a moment and show off what I've got so far, which of course you guys have already seen through the process, or at least anyone who's popped in recently has seen it up to this point. So all right, almost done brushing this stuff off here. There we go. But if you did have any other questions, Gambit, or if there's anyone else watching who had some questions, I'll take a couple minutes here to give you some answers before I close out the stream for the night. But yeah, I am excited to get back to this on Monday and finish up the actual coloration of everything. It's looking somewhat plain right now, but you guys can at least get the gist of where it's going. So there we go. I don't want that to be too distracting back there. Okay, that's the majority of it. All right, get that off of there too. There we are, yeah. And it looks different too when I'm viewing it through my phone screen, not just being right directly in front of it the whole time. So, and just, yeah, standing up and seeing it from a further distance is nice. But yeah, I had to really, whoops, I had to really pay attention when I was tracing or not tracing per se, but I was doing the measurements to um, trace out the shape is why I keep bringing up that word. Getting the proper shape of what would fall behind Minas Tirith. Um, I had to really make sure I was paying attention because when you're flipped around to the back of that set, um, my backdrop, of course, is going to be facing uh, forward with the front side of the set. So um, if you flip it around to the back, that means you would be looking at the back side of the backdrop or right and left side flip. So when I was measuring the stuff on the right side, I had to make sure to draw it on the left and vice versa. But imagine I did this whole drawing, but had it wrong and it was flipped the other way, which I know that I don't. I've double checked by placing this behind Minas Tirith. And I did see that because of a few of the bricks that were sticking back by one stud, um, it's not going to be able to be flush up against Minas Tirith. So that's why I brought in some of the edges that were measured to here. You could kind of see them from different angles, but hopefully this will fix it a little bit by bringing it inwards and being a little more hidden. So yeah, anything in the live chat here? Gamby, you said, hey, it's all good. This was a great live stream. Should be fun. Looking forward to Monday. I'll be working, so I may have to step away from time to time. No problem at all. That's nice, though, if you have a job that kind of allows you to relax a little bit and either, not necessarily that you're on your phone a lot, but if you do at least have the ability to check in every once in a while, that's a nice ability to have. Most jobs, of course, they don't want you looking at your phone or spending too much time on it unless it's something that you're working with the job for. So, very nice. All right. Anyway, I'm just going to continue blabbering away if I don't find a way to end the stream. So, highly appreciate you guys for watching, and I'll be starting the stream on Monday at the same time, so 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then Gambit, I can message you in a few moments here. I'm just going to grab something to drink and something to eat is what I was trying to articulate there. And then I need to let my dogs out too, or take them on a quick walk. But within the next half hour or 45 minutes, I'll message you or respond to that message you sent me initially, and then we can exchange information from there and talk outside of YouTube. So again, thank you for offering your suggestion with that, and I really appreciate that you'd be willing to do I can't even form the right words here, that you would be willing to make the offer that you were without elaborating that further. See, my brain is shutting down for the evening, so we're at that point. And I see you said, did you hear, where did that go? Oh, it hasn't popped up on my other one yet, so I'll have to look at it on my phone. You said, did you hear that LEGO is going to be making the Prancing Pony Inn? I'm super excited about that, and an elephant diorama. Yes, I did hear about that, as well as potentially Helm's Deep. So, although the Helm's Deep one isn't quite as, well, Prancing Pony's not confirmed either, but I know that as far as, there's not actual pictures or anything, but people have been doing probably AI images, and I don't know if anybody's going as far as like creating the set in Bricklink Studio, or doing like a render of it as some project they were working on and having that be the reference photo for the current rumor. That's probably a really long-winded explanation, but anyway, I feel like the Prancing Pony is a little bit more set in stone than, or not Minas Tirith, than Helm's Deep is. Although I really, really do hope they end up doing Helm's Deep. I will for sure be getting that one right away. And it wouldn't be a complete live stream without hearing that ankle click one more time. So there you go, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna get going here and call it a night, and then we'll resume here on Monday. So, Gambit, thank you again so much for watching through most of the stream, and I don't know if Faith was ever able to make it back in, but thank you to Faith as well, and anybody else who joined today. And I'll respond to your last one too. You said, yeah, Helm's Deep would be so nice to have. I fully agree. But alrighty, I hope you have a great night, Gambit. Again, I'll message you in a bit here, like 30, 45 minutes. But anybody else watching, hope you guys take care. Thanks again for watching, and enjoy your weekends as well. Take care.